provide you plenty of opportunities to discuss, share knowledge and insight from amazing speakers from the whole world. Before we proceed the program today, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Excellency, the Head of Education Center of Health, Human Resources Development and Empowerment Agency, Dr. Sugianto, Master of Applied Science. Excellency, Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. First Vice Director of Academic. Second Vice Director of Human Resources and Finance. Third Vice Director of Student Affairs and Cooperation. Head of Division and Head of Internal Control Unit. Head of all center and its coordinator. Head of Postgraduate Program, and for all Head of Department in Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. The Honorable, our conference speakers, and all invited speakers. For begin, let's stand together for the Indonesian anthem and march Kemenkes Semarang. Audience, please stand up.
Sivitas Akademika Politeknik Kesehatan Semarang menjunjung tinggi tridharma perguruan tinggi dan berasaskan Pancasila. Mari kawan kita bangun negara, kita wujudkan masyarakat sehat. Dalam tubuh dan jiwa sehat akan tercipta negara yang kuat. Rakyat menunggumu, ulurkan tanganmu, bantu saudaramu bersama alma matermu. Tingkatkan ilmumu, keraskan mampumu, bangunlah negara indah Non-Communicable, Politeknik Kesehatan Semarang, menjunjung tinggi tridharma perguruan tinggi dan berasa. Mari kawan kita bangun negara, kita wujudkan masyarakat sehat. Dalam tubuh dan jiwa sehat akan tercipta negara yang kuat. Rakyat menunggumu, ulurkan tanganmu, bantu saudaramu bersama alma matermu. Tingkatkan ilmumu, kerahkan mampumu, bangunlah negara Indonesia Jaya.
Audience, please sit down. Before we begin our agenda, let us praise the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Hopefully, we can finish our task for next 2 days well. For pray, Mr. Madiono, MNS, PhD, will kindly lead us. For you, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a valuable time to pray to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Deeply wish the third international conference on handling non-communicable disease by theme role of health providers on handling non-communicable disease through innovative technology and research for 2 days running well. I'm going to lead the prayer in Islam, and others who are other believers, please follow the belief system. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma ighfir lil mu'minina wal mu'minat wal muslimina wal muslimat al ahya'i wal amwat. Allahumma inni a'udzu bika min an nusyrika bika syai'an a'lamu wa nastaghfiruka lima la na'lamu. Rabbana la tuzigh qulubana ba'da idh hadaitana wa hab lana min ladunka rahmah innaka antal wahhab. Rabbi zidni ilma warzuqni fahma amalan sholika. Allahumma a'inni ala dzikrika wa syukrika wa husni ibadatik. Rabbana hab lana min azwajina wa dzurriyyatina qurrata a'yun waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. Rabbana afrigh 'alaina sabran wa tawaffana muslimin. Rabbi habli minas sholihin. Rabbi habli minas sholihin. Rabbi habli minas sholihin. Rabbana atina min ladunka rahmah wa hayyi' lana min amrina rasada. Rabbi shrah sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Rabbi ighfir warham wa anta khairur rahimin. Subhana rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamu alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mardiono. Ladies and gentlemen, to start our agenda today, we are going to listen to the committee report. Please welcome Dr. Roro Sri Endang Puji Astuti, Master of Nursing. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I would like to speak from this conference as the from the Committee Health Polytechnic Semarang, Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Semarang. Firstly, my honorable people, Director of Polytechnic Health Kemenkes Semarang, Dr. Marsum PE SPD MHP, Vice Director Bapak Edi Susanto SH SSI MKes, Bapak Jeffrey Ardianto MAPP SC, Vice Director Bapak Lutfi Rusyadi SKM MSc. The honorable co-host from another islands, Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Bandung, Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Tanjung Pinang, Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Kupang, Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Jayapura, Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Sorong, Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Bengkulu, Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Banjarmasin. First of all, I express my deepest gratitude to God Almighty for His blessing as the international conference will be conducted on 23-24 November 2024. This conference invite the great speakers who come from Japan, US, England, Malaysia, Thailand, and Indonesia. My distinguished speakers is Dr. Sugianto MAPPSC, Dr. Anurat Shanhar, Dr. Muhammad Ikram bin Awahab, Profesor Dr. Juan Edwards, PhD, RNC, CNS, FAAN, Profesor Robert Chen, Profesor Associate Pianot Suto, Profesor Dr. Anis MKes PKK, Profesor Dr. Kiki Lani Sunarjo, Dr. Umaroh dan Ibu Sri Widati Ningsih MKep Emit. At Polytechnic Semarang purpose the Center of Excellence follows the regulation from the Minister of the Higher Education, and now the Higher Education Science and Technology Center programs in Health Polytechnic Semarang, which support the lecturer and student to do the research, to the innovation and technology based on the research continually. Health Polytechnic Semarang as institute has a high commitment to educate students and support the lecturer to be more competent and creative and through the research, and also to educate and to contribute in the research. We have thus facilitate all the researchers to publish the papers to be more benefit to others. And also using evidence-based practice and doing the research is important process in academic atmosphere. So moreover, Health Polytechnic Semarang creates output the healthcare professional that will be able to do the research based on the vision, local wisdom of Indonesia and recognized internationally. The purpose of these events encourage civitas academica to improve academic environment, facilitate the researcher to publish the result of the research, enhance networking among health polytechnic in Indonesia to be recognized internationally, and build collaboration among institutes from various countries, And the most important from this event is empower Center of Excellence to be more benefit in the community, in the health services. From the topic of this conference, we are willing empowering Center of Excellence at Health Polytechnic. We would like on handling the non-communicable disease. Engaging global networking to be better goals of the Center of Excellence. Strengthening the global ideas, knowledge, and action for health providers on handling non-communicable disease during pandemic COVID-19. In this moment, I would like to report that the participants include lecturers, students are from the institution, especially from co-host, really thank you. And some participants to present oral presentation, hope we already the oral presenter 70%. Yes, applause for all participants. Yes, thank you. 70 participants will divide 6 rooms to publish oral presentation in the within today's conference. I would like really thank you some participants from internal Health Polytechnic Semarang, from Makassar State University, Health Polytechnic Bengkulu, Health Polytechnic Tanjung Pinang, Health Polytechnic Sorong, Health Polytechnic Kupang, Public Health Semarang University State, UNES, Diponegoro University, and also from Pekalongan Pekajangan, Muhammadiyah Pekajangan Pekalongan. And the scope of the research is include midwife, nursing, dental health, radiology, medical record, nutrition, environmental health, and RMIK. I do hope this event will contribute positively to health professional itself, as well as establish a wonderful networking between all the participants and significant others. Really could bless our good relationship and goodwill, so that we will only bring goodness. Finally, in this very special event, I wish particularly really thank you to the director, Dr. Marsum PE SPD MHP, all the management from Health Polytechnic Kemenkes Semarang who really dedicate and support the committee, and also represents all the committee from the all department in Health Polytechnic, also student from Pasca Sarjana and also from Strata 1. And I would like to really thank you to the sponsorship PTN and PNE. Please enjoy the conference to build up our profession. And last, really thank you for all the participants from all sport. If any something that I would like the participant and all the committee can don't hesitate to contact us. Really thank you to the distinguished speaker, to Bapak Dr. Sugianto, and the keynote speaker, and the head programs, Professor Dr. Suharyo, who really support Head Polytechnic Semarang in all contribution student and lecturer. Thank you very much. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roro, for the report. For the next, let us invite the Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang to deliver his opening remarks. To Dr. Marsumbi SPD MHP, the time is yours. We will play the video of the opening remarks of our Director.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Salam sehat, sehat Indonesia bersyukur. Good morning everybody.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
For all of you.
Maybe for the
The Honorable
to replay the
Keynote
video,
Speaker,
please.
Bapak
Thank you.
Dr. Sugianto SPD MAPPSC, all speakers from overseas.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are very sorry for the techniques. We will replay the video.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Salam sehat, sehat Indonesia bersyukur. Good morning everybody. Best wishes, best regard for all of you. The Honorable Keynote Speaker, Bapak Dr. Sugianto SPD MAPPSC, all speakers from overseas and from Indonesia, co-host from Poltekkes Bandung, Poltekkes Kemenkes Tanjung Pinang, Poltekkes Kemenkes Kupang, Poltekkes Kemenkes Jayapura, Poltekkes Kemenkes Sorong, and Poltekkes Kemenkes Banjarmasin. All distinguished guests, all audience, and the committee of this conference. In this opportunity, I would like to welcome all of these conference participants by first praying our gratitude and praise to Almighty God for all His blessing, grace, and mercies that have made us possible to gather here in this room in excellent condition and health. Firstly, the third international conference conducted by Center of Excellence Health Polytechnic Semarang related to prevention and promoting on handling non-communicable disease. The specific topic on this conference is the role of health provider on handling non-communicable disease through innovative technology in the research. Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang is very pleased to host this conference virtually on this conference. The international conference has networking with other health polytechnic, and the warm welcome to co-host Health Polytechnic Bandung, Health Polytechnic Tanjung Pinang, Health Polytechnic Kupang, Health Polytechnic Jayapura, and Health Polytechnic Banjarmasin. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the vision of the Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang is to be the institution based on local wisdom and recognized internationally. And this conference support the researchers, lecturer to publish their result and product to the research. Secondly, nowadays, the world is facing many challenges around health services in this pandemic. The coronavirus spreads around the world. The internal conferences stimulate the lecturer, researchers to build networking and better collaboration on handling non-communicable disease. We should be clearly aware of the importance of interdisciplinary collaboration within the profession in the creation and application of knowledge for enhancing nation productivity. All productivity through innovative technology in the research support role of health provider on handling non-communicable disease. Furthermore, from this international conference, we can learn together to empower, be stronger on fighting this pandemic condition by increasing our knowledge, competencies, and experiences. The last but not least, thank you to the excellent speaker who have been willing to share their knowledge and experiences with Health Polytechnic Semarang during this international conference. Finally, thank you to all the participants, lecturer, researcher, students for joining in this enjoyable event. For this opening, let us read together Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hopefully, this event bring you knowledge, great experiences regarding how the role of health provider on handling the non-communicable disease in the world. Thank you for your attention dan terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. Applause for our Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. Thank you very much, Mr. Director. Now, our conference is officially open. With all due respect, sir, we are very glad if you can follow the conference till the end. But if you have any other agendas that you have to follow, with our respect, we please you to leave the room. Thank you very much, sir. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, now we come to our main agenda, our first plenary session, which will be led by our moderator, Mr. Jeffrey Ardianto, Master of Applied Science. First of all, please kindly allow me to introduce him. Mr. Jeffrey Ardianto, Master of Applied Science, is one of lecturer of Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, and his current position is Vice Director 2, concerned in Human Resources and Finance of Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. To Mr. Jeffrey Ardianto, Master of Applied Science, the time is all yours.
Thank you, Ms. Taki. For you today, I hope you are fine. And thank you for introducing myself. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all of the participants attending the third international conference of Health Polytechnic of Semarang. The Honorable Dr. Sugianto, Sarjana Pendidikan, Master of Applied Science, Head of Center of Human Resource Education, Ministry of Health, Indonesia. Dr. Marsung, Bachelor of Engineering, Sarjana Pendidikan, Master of Health Promotion, Director of Health Polytechnic of Semarang. All of Health Polytechnic directors co-hosted this conference. My colleagues, vice directors, Dr. Roro and all committees, all of faculty members, staffs, and students. I'm Jeffrey Ardianto, the moderator of the first session of this conference. I'm very happy today to see you here and welcome all of you in this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker today is Dr. Sugianto, Sarjana Pendidikan, Master of Applied Science. He is the head of Center of Human Resource Education, Ministry of Health, Indonesia. He is obtained Bachelor of Degree in Education and took Master Degree in Magnetic Resonance Imaging from RMIT University, Australia. He was then graduated doctoral program from Diponegoro University. Now we will see him, and he will deliver the presentation about transforming and developing health professional education. Before the presentation starts, let me tell you how the presentation will go. First, Dr. Sugianto will be invited to present the material in about around 20 minutes. And then if there is time, we can follow by question and answer session around 10 minutes. Now allow me to welcome the speaker, Dr. Sugianto, to make his presentation. Dr. Sugianto, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, dan salam kebajikan. Best wishes to everyone. Best wishes to all of us. To the honor Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang with all the staff, the international and Indonesian guest speakers, all participants. First of all, we thank God for the blessing He has given us, which permits us to hold this meeting today, especially the blessing of health, which lately has been the utmost concern amidst this pandemic. We hope that our meeting today in the third international conference on handling non-communicable diseases in Poltekkes Semarang, discussing the role of health provider on handling non-communicable diseases through innovative technology in the research will be beneficial for all attendees. In this blissful moment, I would like to express my appreciation and gratitude to the Director of Poltekkes Semarang and the staff, also to the speakers from all around the world and from Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. Thank you very much for the time and effort spent on organizing this conference. Next, I would like also honor all attendees of this virtual conference. Ladies and gentlemen, in accordance with the theme of this morning's the conference, I would like to talk about transforming and developing health professional education. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, the Ministry of Health will carry out the transformation of the health system for 2020 to 2024. The National Medium Term Development Plan, or RPDMN, is contained in 6 pillars of transformation. The 6 transformation aspects are divided into 2 categories, namely the main program category with 3 transformation aspects. Also, 3 other aspects fall into the category of fundamental enablers. First, the transformation of primary services. This transformation consists of educating the population, which will carry out 7 main campaigns, including immunization, balanced nutrition, exercise, anti-smoking, environmental sanitation and hygiene, disease screening, and medical adherence. Screening of the 14 highest causes of death in each age target. Screening for stunting and increasing antenatal care examination for maternal and infant health. The transformation of referral services by increasing access to secondary and tertiary services, construction of hospitals in the eastern region, a network of 6 superior services and partnerships with world top health care centers. Of pharmaceutical and medical devices sector, one of which is by producing 14 routine domestic vaccines, as well as strengthening the resilience of the emergency response. The fourth, transforming of health financing system with 3 available objectives, namely sufficient and sustainable, fair allocation, and effective and efficient utilization. Fifth, the transformation of health human resources. The priority of activities carried out in this transformation include the fulfillment and equitable distribution of health human resources, improvement of competence and training of health human resources, and fostering health functional position and health human resource careers. And the last, the 6th, the transformation of health technology by utilizing technology, digitalization of and biotechnology in health sectors. It consists of one of which is the transformation of health workers' human resources in the sense of capacity building. The RPJMNs put the health worker capacity development as one of its essential pillars. Improving education is fundamental in achieving the goal, and Poltekkes hold a key role as educational institution directly led by the Ministry of Health. Bapak Ibu sekalian, one of the initiative very related to health education transformation is interprofessional education. A definition from WHO, interprofessional education occurs when two or more individuals from different professions share knowledge and skills and learn from each other with the aim of creating effective collaboration and improving the quality of health services. We could say that interprofessional education as uses collaboration from different fields in order to enhance health workers' capabilities. Therefore, it is a priority to support this initiative in order to enhance Indonesia health workers' capability. Nowadays, health paradigm has changed from curative, rehabilitative to preventive promotive. In the past, we focus on services for the sick. However, now we focus on improving people's health and preventing the sick with high risk from being more acute. Therefore, we need health services with quality promotion and prevention, which are accessible to all society. This shift in paradigm also entails that the health workers need enhancing capability. This could only be achieved by also enhancing the education system. Bapak Ibu sekalian, delving deeper into interprofessional education, we need to have the right goals in creating such initiative. These goals would be the pillars from which ideas regarding interprofessional collaboration or interprofessional education could be evaluated on its feasibility and effectiveness. Goals of interprofessional education is collaboration, responsibility, communication, learning and self-reflections, deep understanding of patient needs, and also ethical practices. Interprofessional education should be developed with these goals in mind to maximize the output. Besides from its goal, we also need to know the essence of IPE programs. Great IPE programs would contain this point in its activities. It is not only implementing joint courses, but more importantly, instilling a culture of collaboration in an interdisciplinary manner. EPE can be implemented in classroom, laboratory, or clinical, community, field practice settings, and building a system that support a collaborative culture, starting from incoming students to graduating students through various integrative and synergistic activities between study program, like program development, soft skill, and other innovative programs. writing, communicating to the community, and clarification of hoax news related to COVID-19 by referring to official sources from the government. Aligning the topic of health education transformation to the conference theme, we see a constant of increasing of prevalence of non-communicable diseases. The basic health research of 2018 held by the Ministry of Health is used as data source of this slide. This highlights the importance of the new health mindset of preventive promotive, and therefore the need for educational transformation. Non-communicable diseases need new methods of treatment, not only from hospital itself, but also from the government as a whole by enacting policies which combat the prevalence of those diseases. Therefore, it is important to open the doors of collaboration in order to increase national capability in combating those diseases. Poltekkes is adapting to the needs explained in previous slide. It plans a transformation in order to increase quality educational services and therefore the quality of its output. It has some priorities for the transformation, like fulfilling Indonesia's need of medical personnel from Poltekkes graduates, ensuring educational quality in Poltekkes, and also educational bureau development and equitable distribution of Poltekkes graduates throughout Indonesia. Bapak Ibu sekalian, one of the main initiative for the transformation is the development of Center of Excellence or PUIPK, which is a center of excellence dedicated to scientific development and capacity building. PUIPK could utilize local talents and resources in order to tackle national level problems. It would also be spearheading research initiative for future national problems. Bapak Ibu sekalian, transforming and developing health professional education is very important to support the health status of the community. The public must continue to be educated. For that, I strongly hope that Center of Excellence, PUIPK and Poltekkes will be proactive for identification and report, monitoring and giving feedback for the policy, and for the program. Think creatively and innovatively to develop the program. And then also intervention in line with the local specific based on research, advocate the local government and to the head of regions, and managing the society to optimize health and people's economy. Bapak Ibu sekalian, dear ladies and gentlemen, the most respected audience, this is the end of my presentation. Bapak Ibu, terima kasih. Mudah-mudahan kegiatan webinar internasional yang diselenggarakan oleh kawan-kawan di Center of Excellence UIPK Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang ini bisa berjalan dengan lancar, bisa berjalan dengan sukses, dan bisa memberikan manfaat untuk keluarga besar Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, memberikan manfaat untuk masyarakat Indonesia pada umumnya. Terima kasih. Mudah-mudahan dari hasil webinar ini bisa memberikan pencerahan bagi kita semua, bisa memberikan pandangan-pandangan untuk memberikan solusi ke depan bagi masyarakat di Indonesia. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Sugianto, for the informative presentation. And next, ladies and gentlemen, because of time, there is no question and answer session. However, I can conclude from the speaker's presentation that first, health human resources transformation is essential in accordance with Ministry of Health program in health system transformation 2021 until 2024. Second, Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health is a key role to transfer education. There is a paradigm shift in health services from curative to preventive. IPE program plays a role in shifting a health care paradigm. There are many strategies of health polytechnic to implement IPE and adapt transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, we come to the end of the session. I would like to thank the speakers for the informative and interesting information and all participants for their participation. Finally, applause the speaker and all of you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I give the session back to MC. Keep healthy and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jeffrey. And now, please allow me to deliver the certificate for the speaker and moderator. This is the certificate for Dr. Sugianto, Master of Applied Science, as our speaker. Thank you very much, sir. And the next, this is the certificate for Mr. Jeffrey as our moderator. We thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next session is our second plenary session that will be led by Dr. Henny Hendriani, SKM PhD. Sorry, MPH. First of all, please kindly allow me to introduce our moderator. For the admin, please share the CV of Dr. Henny. Ladies and gentlemen, we are sorry to inform you that our speaker is not on the room yet. So while waiting our speaker, we will present you the video of Center of Non-Communicable Diseases. Please enjoy. We are very sorry for this inconvenience. Thank you very much.
Salah satu upaya Kemenristek-Dikti untuk memperkuat kelembagaan ITEX adalah melalui pengembangan Pusat Unggulan ITEK Perguruan Tinggi atau PUI-PT, dan di lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes dikenal dengan Pusat Unggulan ITEK Poltekkes Kemenkes atau PUI-PK. Hal ini merupakan langkah penting dalam penguatan sistem inovasi nasional di bidang kesehatan agar lembaga ITEK dapat berkinerja lebih optimal sehingga dapat menjadi Center of Excellence dari pengembangan ITEK serapan bidang kesehatan. Berdasarkan hasil kajian terhadap berbagai sains and produk di lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, dengan melihat sifat dan kekhususan di masing-masing jurusan dan didukung sarana prasarana, maka Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang berkomitmen untuk meningkatkan derajat kesehatan masyarakat melalui upaya promotif, preventif, kuratif, terbatas, dan rehabilitatif yang inovatif. Banyak karya inovatif penelitian dan pengabdian masyarakat yang telah dihasilkan, yang menjadi focal point dan think tank pengembangan teknologi PTM sebagai pusat unggulan pencegahan dan pengendalian penyakit tidak menular, atau Center of Non-Communicable Disease Control and Prevention, Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang dikukuhkan melalui Surat Keputusan Direktur Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang nomor HK 02.03-06-12-2020 tentang penetapan Tim Pusat Unggulan IPTEK Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Semarang tahun 2020. Visi PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang adalah menjadikan pusat unggulan IPTEK P2 PTM dalam inovasi dan berbasis kearifan lokal yang diakui internasional tahun 2025. Misi PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang yaitu 1. Meningkatkan penelitian pusat unggulan IPTEK melalui pengembangan inovasi dan berbasis kearifan lokal. 2. Menyediakan sumber daya yang kompeten, berkualitas melalui penguatan penelitian PUI P2 PTM. 3. Melakukan kegiatan dalam upaya mencapai pusat unggulan IPTEK yang bermanfaat bagi akademik dan masyarakat. 4. Menyediakan sarana prasarana layanan kegiatan untuk mencapai pusat unggulan IPTEK yang bermutu. Adapun hal yang telah dicapai yaitu 15 kali menjadi pemakalah internasional, 102 paten dan hak kekayaan intelektual, 430 publikasi internasional. Selain itu, PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang juga melakukan kontrak bisnis, kontrak non-riset, kontrak riset internasional, kontrak riset nasional, membuat produk berbasis daya lokal, melisensikan produk yang telah dibuat, melakukan pembinaan UMKM, dan melayani jasa. Dengan adanya PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang, diharapkan dapat menghadapi tantangan yang ada, mengurangi peningkatan prevalensi, dan upaya mengurangi permasalahan penyakit tidak menular di Indonesia. Salam sehat Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the participant, committee, and all the people who come directly to the conference room, and all participants and oral presenters. We kindly to inform you the oral presenter session will be begin in 1 p.m. in sharp. So please prepare yourself. For all participants, you are feel free to choose for each room. We will divide the room from three rooms, and feel free to choose which room that you want to join. For the oral presenter, we suggest you to prepare your internet connection well. So, for the participant and all committee who directly come to the conference room, as a health provider, we need a healthy body and mind. So this time, while we are waiting for the next speaker, maybe we can do exercise. For the admin, please play the exercise video so all of participants who join on the conference room directly, or all the participants in the Zoom, you can follow us to do the exercise. Let's stay healthy. We do the stretching together. Please.
Duduk-duduk ramai-ramai, mari torang baku pantun. Mulai dari sekarang harus sopan dan santun. Kalau ikan di dalam kolam bunga tumbuh di tengah taman. Kalau cinta sudah dalam, jarak jauh terasa nyaman. Langit biru terlihat sendu, warna hijau, biru dan semu. Jarak jauh tumbuhkan rindu, ingin selalu dekat denganmu. Dari mana datangnya lintah, dari gunung turun ke kali. Dari mana datangnya cinta, dari mata turun ke hati. Rasa sayangi, Elia dari jauh. Rasa sayangi, rasa sayangi, Elia dari jauh. Rasa sayangi. Rasa sayangi, Elia dari jauh. Rasa sayangi, rasa sayangi, Elia dari jauh. Rasa sayangi. Dari Halmahera ke Pulau Jawa Tengah, dari timur Indonesia pantunku bersuara. Dari kota Beriman, kota Salatiga, cintaku dipertemukan di kota yang indah. Lalang jalan ke Maluku, jangan lupa membeli sagu. Kalau kamu cinta padaku, jangan lupa bilang I love you. Kupu-kupu mencari madu, alangkah indahnya dirimu. Jikalau bilang I love you, apakah jawabmu? Rasa sayangi, Elia dari jauh. Rasa sayangi, rasa sayangi, Elia dari jauh. Rasa sayangi.
Thank you very much.
CV sudah saya beri. Mulai saja.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for stay tuned in our international conference. We will kindly introduce our moderator for the next session. Please welcome to Dr. Henny Hendriani, SKM MPH. We will introduce her first. Dr. Henny Hendriani, SKM MPH, is one of the lecturers in the Department of Dietitian, Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. She's already finished her doctoral program at Faculty of Medicine, Public Health, and Nursing, Gajah Mada University, on Community Nutrition. To Dr. Henny Hendriani, SKM MPH, the time is all yours.
Thank you very much, MC, for giving me the time to guide this presentation session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable, the Head of Health Human Resources Education Center, Ministry of Health Indonesia, Director of Polytechnic of Health Semarang, distinguished speakers, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good day. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to today's international online seminar. I am Henny Hendriani from Nutrition Department, Polytechnic of Health Semarang. Before the presentation begins, allow me to introduce the speakers. Today we have Dr. Anurag Sankar from Nuffield Department of Medicine, the Center for Tropical Medicine and Global Health, University of Oxford, Oxford, United Kingdom. Thank you for being here virtually with us today, Dr. Sankar. Hopefully you have been here with us. Before the presentation begins, let me introduce Dr. Anurag Sankar and read his curriculum vitae. Background of education of Dr. Anurag Sankar, get a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry in 1984 from Ohio University, a Bachelor of Science in Zoology in 1984 from the same university, and also get the Doctor of Science in Immunology in 1993 from Harvard University, US. His current position and expertise Dr. Sankar leads research in community health at the Eichmann Oxford Clinical Research Unit in Jakarta, Indonesia, and is a research fellow at the Nuffield Department of Medicine, University of Oxford. His work spans from biomedicine to global health policy with a unifying theme of regulation and resilience of complex systems at the biological, behavioral, and programmatic level. Also, Dr. Sankar has extensive experience as a principal investigator of trials in low and middle income countries, assessing effect on nutrition and other intervention on maternal, newborn and child mortality and morbidity, and also on child cognitive development and on malaria, diarrhea, and pneumonia and immune function. His research in 2020 includes design of digital assisted serological and molecular diagnostic for SARS-CoV-2 infection and assessment of COVID-19 on pregnancy and impact of COVID-19 related health system changes on maternal and newborn health in Indonesia. As a researcher, Dr. Anurag Sankar has height index 42, citation 10,658, with more than 150 articles in high impact journals. Okay, Dr. Anurag, are you with us today? Okay.
Yes.
For participants, you may send in your question at any time during the presentation. We will collect the question and address them to the speakers at the end of the presentation.
Pardon, Dr. Henny. First of all, Dr. Kun will be present the research of the result of the research of Dr. Anurag Sankar.
Okay. Please, Dr. Kun, to present the research result end of the presentation.
Pardon, Dr. Henny. First of all, Dr. Kun will be present the research of the result of the research of Dr. Anurag Sankar.
Okay. Please, Dr. Kun, to present the research
Okay,
result.
thank you for the time. While waiting. Ladies and yes. Okay, while we waiting for Dr. Anurag Sankar in a meeting with the Ministry of Health, I want to present a bit of our article ordering by with some colleagues in George Washington University, Emily Smith, Suparni from Litbangkes, Dr. Marsum as a Director of Health Polytechnic Semarang, Dr. Rina Agustina from FKUI, and Dr. Sankar. We have analyzed secondary data from Riskesdas 2013. Let me see. 2013 that the results shows that the psychological distress of parents is associated with reduced linear growth of children. this is the evidence from research test. We can see at the abstract. Can you see below? Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure. Sorry. Okay. Around 40,000 children aged 6 to 59 of age with multilinear logistic and multi-level multinomial logistic regression. We also using survey weight. The result shows that maternal, paternal, and parental distress is associated with reduced linear growth of children by 0.09, around 0.09, 0.2, and for HC score, and for maternal paternal distress also increase the risk of mild stunting by 23% and 27% for risk and moderate stunting. Parental distress also increase the risk of moderate stunting, and also specific groups of risk factors. The proportion of HC score loss was associated with mostly socioeconomic factors, around 30%, including low wealth, low maternal occupational status, and rural residents, and low paternal occupation status, and also on physiological factors, around 15%, including low maternal height, low maternal mid-upper arm circumference, being male, and also low paternal height. For behavioral factors, including around 8.9%, including open garbage disposal, paternal smoking, and not using iodized salt, and also experiencing with at least one infectious diseases, around 1%. Let me see. We can see that in the figure 2. Could you please figure 3, we can see that a score of parental distress could decrease the height for HC score. Figure 3, the graph with color. Okay. Yeah, we can see this is the association between parental distress score with the decreasing height for each of C score. So we use the height of each children. And for the figure 4, we can see that some of parental distress were working for children being moderate stunting, but not in severe and mild stunting. For other factors, other risk factors, we can see that infectious diseases can be 1 or 2 diseases cause to be children to be severe stunting. Also, we can see that maternal BMI, MUAC, ibu hamil kek also related to the mild, moderate, and severe stunting. Let me see if Dr. Shankar already joined with us. Not yet. Okay, yeah. The other factors that related to mild and moderate stunting were paternal height and maternal height below 150 centimeters. Also, non-use of iodized salt. This relates significant factors depict in the blue color. The light blue color is not significant, but the blue black was the significant risk factors. We can see that also hand washing, open garbage disposal. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry. It just for our research. Then Dr. Anuraj already joined with us. So I give the floor to the Ibu Henny. Thank you. Welcome to Dr. Anuraj Shankar. We thank for your coming. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kun, that has present the result of her article or study that submitted and published in PLOS ONE, the Q1 database. Yeah. I think we have Dr. Anuraj Shankar today here. Thank you very much, Dr. Shankar, that you can join us today, this morning. I have been reading your CV at the first, and maybe you can start your presentation in a while. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome Dr. Anuraj Shankar, who will give 30 minutes presentation and 10 minutes for discussion. Dr. Anuraj, and the topic COVID-19, malnutrition and stress, triple trouble. Dr. Anuraj, the time is yours.
Thank you so much, and so apologies for me. I was in another meeting with the MOH, and so I'm very happy to be here, be with you all today. Again, apologies for the delay. So yes, we're going to talk about this COVID-19, malnutrition and stress, triple trouble. And first, I want to sort of overview, since we're going to talk about the immune system and so forth, let's go over a few important aspects of immunity because it relates to this multiple aspects. So first of all, we often think about immunity as the classical immune system, the immune, the cells themselves, the B cells, the T cells, and so forth. But really, immunity is all the measures taken by the body to defend itself against foreign organisms, cancer cells, other insults. So it's not just the classical immune system, but other aspects, and particularly this issue of the behavioral responses for the person and the ecology of the host and the infectious agent. So all of these are extremely important. And the other thing to keep in mind is the immune system is a diverse network of cells. And as I mentioned, not just cells, but of specific behaviors of the individual and the household. So all these things together are very important. And so before we get into talking a bit more about SARS-CoV-2 and the immune response to that, I thought it would be useful actually to just do a quick overview of the immune response because we're going to discuss some of these. So as you know, basically here we have a virus, a pathogen, SARS-CoV-2, will infect a cell. And this cell then actually, if it's immune cell, it might actually digest or break down the virus and will present pieces of it to an immune cell. So in this case, it'll present that to a T cell, and this T cell will become activated. And this T cell can then further activate B cells that will start to produce antibody. And in fact, it becomes very specific because the B cells with this antibody will recognize certain parts of SARS-CoV-2, and they will then internalize that and digest that and present that to a T cell. So this is how the T cell and the B cell will actually start to interact, and how you get very specific amplification and production of antibody that recognizes SARS-CoV-2, and you get many different T cells providing this help to the B cells also. And all of these different cells of the immune system, of course, diet, nutrition, micronutrients, all of these things are very important and play an important part of that. So this is the enemy we have been interacting with, unfortunately, for the last year and a half, almost 2 years now. And you can see here the virus. It has the spike protein on the surface, and it has other proteins also, membrane proteins, nucleocapsid proteins. All of these, the immune response will give a response to, both cell-mediated and antibody. The spike protein, of course, has been the focus because this is where the part of the virus that interacts with the cell, so the ACE2 receptor. And I'm going to talk a bit more about that and why that's important. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because I already reviewed this in part, but essentially SARS-CoV-2 invades, and there's different cells that are, there's different cells that are activated, including these CD8 cells, which will actually attack specific cells that are infected. And as I mentioned, the B cells and these antigen presenting cells. Now, the cells that are invaded by SARS-CoV-2 are cells that express the ACE2 receptor. So interestingly enough, this ACE2 receptor is expressed not only on cells of the respiratory tract, but in fact, these ACE2 receptors are expressed on many organs. And you can see here on the heart, in fact, there's more ACE2 receptor expression on the heart compared to the respiratory tract, kidneys, the intestine, in fact, and the vasculature. So it means that the virus is actually able to invade and affect many other cells, not just cells of the respiratory tract. And this is part of what is responsible for some of the additional pathology during SARS-CoV-2, and also why it's thought that nutrition is important for survival from COVID-19, and not just really to improve function of the immune system, but probably to improve the resilience of all cells in general. So what about this effect of diet and quality of diet on resistance to COVID-19? So there's not a lot of data from intervention trials, but from epidemiological work, some interesting papers have been published also. So this is some data from the US and the UK, looking at the risk actually of COVID-19 infection by dietary quality. And they're using what's called here this healthful plant-based diet index, but it's actually not just a plant-based diet index. It really was taking into account overall dietary quality. So what you can see here is if you're of a higher socioeconomic status, what they call the socioeconomic deprivation, when it's not a lot, meaning it's a high socioeconomic status, actually having a low quality diet does increase the risk of COVID-19. So you can see here, low quality diet increasing the risk. But interestingly, if you get now to a more poor socioeconomic status, you're seeing now that there is overall increase in the risk of COVID-19 with poor socioeconomic status, and you also see this increased risk with a low quality dietary intake. And then if you go to the most poor persons, you see this even more clearly. Overall increased risk of being in a low socioeconomic state, and you still see this increased risk if the dietary quality is not good. So overall, what this study is showing from US and the UK is being in a low socioeconomic status is a greater risk. And within that, low quality of the diet is even a greater risk. So both of these things together appear to be extremely important. Now, there was additional work done, another study actually, which used some digital technology to send out questionnaires really to hundreds of thousands of persons. And they asked them what sort of supplements they were consuming, what their general dietary intake was. So they were able to actually calculate amongst individuals what nutrients they were consuming. And they were able to track if those persons subsequently actually got COVID-19. And so then they were able to do this analysis. And again, this is not a randomized trial, but it's interesting. They're able to look at these associations between these different factors, omega-3, probiotics, these different supplements, garlic, multivitamins, and COVID-19. And in the blue there, you can see some of these protective effects, protective associations. Now remember, these are not randomized trials, but showing these protective associations. Interestingly enough, here's vitamin C and also zinc supplements associated with actually increased risk in some way, which is extremely interesting. So vitamin C is something that's been promoted for people to consume to be protective in some way, but maybe this suggests maybe it's not so protective. Likewise, zinc is known to be important for immune function, and I'm going to mention a bit more about that, known to be protective, but maybe in some circumstances, it's not actually a good thing to consume zinc. But again, we need intervention trials specifically to look at that. So in addition, this group looked at the difference between males and females on the effects of these. And what they found is that, in fact, there was a much bigger protective effect or protective association, I would say, of many of these dietary supplements, omega-3s, probiotics, multivitamins, vitamin D, on the female population, but not the male population. So that's something, again, that needs to be looked at much more carefully in actual intervention trials. And I think this is the main problem we're having in the nutrition field, is lack of actual randomized control trials of different dietary interventions and nutrient interventions on COVID-19. So that's really a big agenda we can all be much more active on. So this is just a overview of what's known about different micronutrients and the effect of these micronutrients on different parts of the immune system. We don't want to go over every detail of this, but it's just to highlight that, in fact, many different vitamins are involved, many different substances that can affect the immune system. So there's a lot of work to be done to actually look at these very carefully. So I want to highlight zinc a bit because some of these micronutrients are known to have bigger effects on immune function. So this is known for many years, and I showed this slide actually just to highlight that zinc was actually discovered to have a very important effect on infectious diseases, more than 20 years ago. And that's why it's a WHO policy now for zinc supplementation as adjunctive treatment for gut infection, particularly diarrheal episode, and because of the very big impact on this. And the reason for this is that zinc does in fact have very strong effects on cells of the immune system, on macrophages, B cells, and T cells, particularly on production of the cells themselves. So that seems to be a main effect of zinc. In addition, there are various zinc transporters that are known to bring zinc into the cell and into the compartments of the cell that are involved in protein digestion or in killing of pathogens. So there's a very extensive system of zinc transporters. So the mechanisms, many pathways of how zinc is important in the immune system itself. This is just showing you how critical zinc is in actually production of immune cells, the proliferation, expansion of them, both T cells and B cells, as I mentioned earlier. And this is just to illustrate how critical zinc is, in fact, in the production of cell. This is work done in animal models, because you can do this severe zinc deprivation in the animal models, showing really these production of the B cells, pro B cells, early pro B cells, et cetera, and going on to mature cells and antibody producing cells. So you can see in zinc deprived animals here on the right, there's a very substantial reduction in antibody producing cells. So these B cells are the ones that really are producing this antibody and extremely important, and a big effect of zinc deficiency on those. So moving on to another nutrient that's very important, it's known that vitamin A also very important effect on disease resistance, and particularly because vitamin A has a very big impact on epithelial cells, on the production of epithelial cells, maintenance of the integrity of the epithelium, and really any cell that is being produced a lot. So immune cells as well. Whenever immune cell is activated, T cells and B cells, they have to produce themselves many copies, just like epithelial cells, and vitamin A has been known to have a very important role there. And in fact, vitamin A has been shown to have an impact on respiratory pathogens. Measles is a great example of that. And likewise, as I mentioned, diarrhea as well. And this is work actually I had done many years ago showing that vitamin A effect on malaria infection. So this is where I wanted to mention very specifically that a nutrient's impact on the immune system or a particular infection appears to be very specific. There might be a nutrient that could have an important effect, for instance, on SARS-CoV-2, but it may not have an effect on another infection. So you can see this example of vitamin A, in fact, it has a very specific effect on this specific infection, measles specifically, but it may not have an effect on some other infection. So again, we can't make this general statement that any nutrient is likely to have an impact on an infection. We really have to do the intervention trials to understand that. And this is a key point to understand. So what about specific hypotheses related to SARS-CoV-2? As I mentioned, we need to test specific nutrients. So we just went over some of the information about vitamin A and the carotenoids. So here you can see some of the key pathways that might be important in some way. So there is a basis for why vitamin A might have an impact on SARS-CoV-2. Again, needs to be assessed in intervention trials, which I would strongly encourage doing those, both for prevention and as adjuncts to treatment. Vitamin D also could be extremely important. And in fact, there have been several trials that have been launched underway now looking at the impact of vitamin D on SARS-CoV-2. We still don't know the full evidence from this, but again, you can see here based on this chart here, there is a pathway for how vitamin D might have an impact, and particularly how it might even interact with the ACE2 receptor expression. So again, though, the actual trials are necessary. So this is just showing a systematic review of impact of vitamin D supplementation on other respiratory infections, because those trials have been done. And you can see overall, there is a modest effect, very small, I would say, of vitamin D on acute respiratory infections. So perhaps there could be effect on SARS-CoV-2. We don't know. The trials need to be done. Likely that if there is an effect of vitamin D, it's relatively small. But again, the evidence, we need to generate that. Other vitamins, there's also evidence for that. Very important to look at these. The B vitamins, there are several potential pathways because of how these B vitamins are cofactors for many enzymes and proteins in the immune system. So probably a cocktail of the B vitamins could be specifically evaluated in RCTs looking at the impact on COVID-19 and SARS-CoV-2. Vitamin E is well important to look at due to its important function as an antioxidant. And I think, again, randomized control trials would be extremely useful there, especially given the fact of the importance of vitamin E in the elderly. So I think I would suggest trials of vitamin E in COVID-19 in the elderly might be particularly useful to do. Now, vitamin C, I just want to highlight this because we saw very early some of the data I showed you, potentially adverse effects of vitamin C, associations with more severe or COVID are more likely to be infected, actually. And we know currently many people are practicing high dose vitamin C infusion IV for SARS-CoV-2 infected persons. This probably is not a good idea. There's no evidence to support this actually has a benefit. It could be harmful, in fact. And in fact, the overall evidence for the benefits of vitamin C on severe illness in patients, even hospitalized patients, very poor quality evidence, could even be harmful. So this practice of high dose, administration of vitamin C to persons with COVID-19 should likely be stopped immediately. And if there's persons who are interested in assessing this, it would be a very good thing to do an intervention on a RCT, well-designed RCT on patients suffering from COVID-19 or even a prevention trial. So I want to bring you to another completely different aspect of how nutrition might actually influence COVID-19. So this is an example from selenium and this disease known as ICHNDs disease, which is common in China. And there's a particular area of China where the soil is deficient in selenium. And it turns out this disease, ICHNDs disease, is more prevalent in that area where the soil is selenium deficient. So the population, of course, is more selenium deficient. So it was speculated that, in fact, this ICHNDs disease is caused by an infectious disease. And in fact, that is true. It's caused by this infection by Coxsackie virus. So then the desire was to study this in an animal model. And it turns out if you take the Coxsackie virus and you infect a host that is sufficient in selenium, in this case, a mouse, it doesn't really cause much severe infection. And you can recycle this multiple times, infect the mouse, take the virus out, infect another mouse, and you never get this heart pathology that is characteristics of ICHNDs disease. On the other hand, if you take the virus and you put it in a selenium deficient animal, and you isolate the virus from that and infect another animal that's not selenium deficient, you actually get heart disease. You actually cause the disease itself. So somehow passing the virus through a selenium deficient host creates a new virus that is more pathogenic. So the malnutrition in selenium has changed the virus itself. So this is very important. And this was seen to be caused by new mutations, new types of viral variants created in a selenium deficient individual. So now we see an interesting situation where not the deficiency, micronutrient deficiency in the host is not only affecting the host himself or herself, but also affecting others because it's creating a new virus that can actually affect others. So this issue of how new variants might be created under SARS-CoV-2 this is unknown, a very important thing to assess. So this is this new kind of idea. It's actually not a new idea, but it hasn't been explored much, that actually just disease ecology, malnutrition in one person or groups could affect many other individuals. So likewise, if we look at vaccine responses, what are the factors that are affecting vaccine responses in some way? There are many other interventions maybe could be given together with vaccines, nutritional interventions or probiotics that might have an impact. So this is important. All these things are important to examine how to increase the vaccine response, the duration of the vaccine response. And this is just to highlight that, many vaccines, again, the duration of them is not long. We've seen with COVID-19 immunization, duration of immunity might not be very long. What's the role of nutrition in prolonging that? That's extremely important here. And you can see this loss of immunity for all these vaccines for COVID-19. So again, the role of nutrition there could be very important. So I want to move on to the last part of the presentation. There's a few more slides here to highlight that, in fact, there are these indirect effects of COVID-19 that could be extremely important, these sort of social effects. And here we see a modeling exercises done, published in Lancet Global Health, showing indirect effects of COVID-19 increasing malnutrition by approximately 10%. So the stress of COVID-19, both on the health system, on households, is extremely important. And they estimate that, in fact, substantial 18 to 80% increase in the burden of COVID-19 really due to these indirect effects of COVID-19 on society, on the health system. And this is where I wanted to actually highlight this interesting, very important paper published by Dr. Kuhn. I think she was mentioning this earlier, that really the psychological distress of parents is associated with stunting in children. And you can see very strongly that if the parents are stressed, here's the stress score that she calculated, showing that it very strongly associates with reduction in the height of children. And in fact, increases the risk of stunting in the children by 20% or more. This is just the stress in the household. And in fact, in a very nice adjusted analysis, that she had showed you before, you can see up here at the top, the parental stress increasing the risk substantially of mild to moderate stunting, not on severe stunting, but this mild to moderate stunting really comprises the majority of the stunting that is observed. And it's a great analysis because she was able to adjust for all these other factors. And you can see these impact of socioeconomic status on stunting as well, maternal occupation, paternal occupation, all of these are having impacts. And you can see, in fact, that parental stress continues to be extremely important. Then she did this other analysis as well, and this is extremely important, is the effect of parental distress. This is showing the effect of parental distress on these other risk factors for stunting. So she's able to show here parental stress increases, in fact, the impact it's associated with, for instance, short maternal stature, low wealth, and so forth. And all of these have very big impacts on stunting themselves. So the size of the circle here is proportional to the risk of this factor on stunting. And here on the x-axis, you can see the impact of parental stress associated with this risk factor. So you can see these high risk factors for stunting are in fact associated with greater parental stress. So this indirect kind of a pathway effect of parental stress on stunting is very strong. So, and it's been shown that COVID-19 has increased stress in the household. So again, this pathway of how COVID-19 could affect stress in the household, having additional adverse effects in the population is extremely important. So in summary, really, this triple trouble, essentially COVID-19, malnutrition, and stress and other factors is extremely important. Poor nutrition changes the disease ecology for all. It's not just for the individual, but these indirect effects of infection can be very large and unanticipated as well. And this work from Dr. Kuhn is really highlighting that. And so I'm going to end there. I think this is a lot of important work needs to be done here on COVID-19, social interventions to reduce the stress of COVID-19, and also nutritional interventions. So this is how we can overcome the triple trouble, really, is through high quality interventions designed and trials to discover how we can maintain the functionality. So thank you so much. I'm going to end there. Happy to take any questions on this issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sankar, for very truthful presentation. I think balanced diet is very important for our immunity because each nutrient has unique effect on immunity. Maybe we have one question for you from Ibu Lucia. Are there any study related to complication of COVID-19 to the babies and children? And are the patient be able to recover completely after the complication?
Let me just see. Yeah, so there are studies looking at complications of COVID-19 in children, and children are able to recover. Certainly, worse condition, socioeconomic conditions, all of these things end up relating to, more susceptibility actually in the patients, including children. So all these risk factors have ongoing important, impact and need to be looked at carefully. But the same risk factors that we're seeing, poor nutrition, poor care patterns, poor access in adults as risk factors, is similarly in children also. Yeah.
Okay. More one question, Dr. Sankar.
Mhm.
In my hospital, for many times, I found that some pediatric patient with COVID-19 infection is variative in clinical manifestation. For example, one pediatric patient COVID with normal nutrition status have worse symptom than the COVID patient with encephalitis, underweight case, and low albumin level who didn't show any symptom of COVID infection. What kind of factors that can cause this different symptom? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So in fact, this is a observed phenomenon for many years. This is a known phenomenon for more than 60 years, actually, that patients that are undernourished, very often in response to infection, their presentation of symptoms is not as strong. And this has actually been linked to lower inflammatory response, lower immune response in general in patients that are impoverished or undernourished. So you see this sort of attenuated symptom response. And this is because their immune system is not functioning as well, including their inflammatory processes, which often lead to the symptoms. So this was misinterpreted actually many years ago. It was misinterpreted for people thinking that if you were malnourished, somehow you were not as susceptible to disease. But when this was analyzed more carefully, particularly looking at survival rates amongst persons who were undernourished or not, you could see very clearly that survival rates for malnourished persons was not as good. So even if their symptoms were not as strong, in fact, they were more sick. And it was observed after nutritional rehabilitation that sometimes there would be a transient increase in the symptoms that were being presented by the patient. So that's just to say that, yes, I think what you're observing, I think that is probably you're observing correctly. And that is a sign also that because they're having lower symptoms, that they are in fact, they have immunosuppression of some sort. So yeah, please don't, we have to be careful not to confuse that somehow malnourished persons are not as sick. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sankar. Finally, on behalf of International Online Seminar Committee, I would like to express my appreciation to Dr. Anuraj for sharing their valuable information and knowledge. We also thank to all participants who virtually attend on today's international online seminar. Thank you for your attention and have a great day. Now I will put back the session to the MC. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you, Dr. Sankar. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Henny, for an amazing session. And now, please allow me to deliver the certificate for the speaker and the moderator. Here is your certificate, Dr. Anurat. Thank you very much for being our speaker. Wait a second, please. Thank you. And the next is for the moderator. Here is your certificate, Dr. Henny. Thank you very much for being our moderator for today. Thank you very much, Dr. Anurat and Dr. Henny.
Thank you.
It's our honor, sir, if you can follow till the end of the session. But if you have any agendas, with our pleasure, we please you to leave the room. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, and good luck on the rest of your event today. Very nice event.
Thank you very much. Big applause for him.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, sir. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our third plenary session. They will be led by our moderator, Mr. Mardiono, MNS, PhD. In this session, he will be deliver the speaker from University Kebangsaan Malaysia with Mr. Dr. Muhammad Ikram bin Awahab. But first of all, let me introduce our moderator for today. Mr. Mardiono, MNS, PhD, is one of the lecturers in postgraduate program Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. He finished his PhD program at Faculty of Nursing of Prince Songkla University, Thailand. And his current position is Head of Study Program of Master of Applied Nursing, Postgraduate Program of Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. Pardon. His current position is Head of Study Program of Master of Applied Nursing Postgraduate Program, Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. Please welcome Mr. Mardiono, MNS, PhD. The time is all yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, time to have a conference, and most welcome Dr. Muhammad Ikram bin Awahab. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Ikram.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh. Before starting our conference, I like to read some curriculum vitae from Dr. Muhammad Ikram bin Awahab. He is Associate Professor in Environmental Health and Industrial Safety Program and the Center for Toxicology and Health Risk Studies in University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. His expertise in environmental risk analysis, air pollution, and environmental engineering management. This is related to his dissertation in Kyoto University entitled Certificate in Human Security Engineering, Global Center for Education and Research on Human Security Engineering for Asian Megacities. He graduated also from Thailand, Environmental Engineering and Management in ASEAN Institute of Technology, Bangkok, and originally graduated bachelor degree in University Kebangsaan Malaysia. He also got many awards. I mentioned here 5 awards since 2011 to 2019, mostly as Excellent Teacher Award, and got scholarship in Kyoto University. He also, as a consultant, I count there are 6 consultants, especially in 2019 as air pollution and cancer investigation related to non-communicable disease. He also has many grants. There are 6 grants, mostly in the government from other countries also, and all of them related to his expertise in the air pollution. He wrote many books. There are 8 books and 21 publications, mostly related to his expertise in the air pollution. And the other one is also has many speakers in the conference, 9 conference. We hope from his expertise and some brief curriculum vitae of his expertise can help to have some idea how Dr. Muhammad Ikram bin Wahab to give some material in this seminar. And could you manage for presentation 30 minutes, and we can continue discussion. Right now, Dr. Muhammad Ikram, time for yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon, I believe. Right. Thank you very much for the medium, for the chairpersons. All right. For your brief information of myself. So I really appreciate to be able to join this conference. Let me share my screen. All right, can the over there can see my slide and hear my voice clearly?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, let me introduce what I'm going to share for this afternoon. So the title that given to me is Innovative Research on Handling Communicable Disease, NCDs in Global Area. But mainly I will focus on environmental risk, which is related to very close to my studies. I have 4 outlines that I'm going to share for today's sessions. The first one is non-communicable disease and the characteristic and how the burden of disease related to these NCDs. And number 2 is identify the populations that are very susceptible to negative health effects due to the air pollutions. And the third one is to understand the biological mechanism linking to air pollution and also the health effects. And last but not least, I'm going to share some of our research that we have done in Malaysia in regards to these issues that I'm going to share for today. All right. as introductions, all right, what is NCD basically? NCD is a chronic condition whereby it's not resolved from the acute infectious processes. It means that hence is a non-communicable. WHO in 2016 has estimated that NCDs were responsible for almost 41 million deaths, which is equivalent to the 71% of total death that happens in 2016. All right, the NCD-related health death were attributed to CVDs, followed by cancer, chronic respiratory disease, and some sort of diabetes. Right, so we do have a lot of NCDs, mainly from CVDs, cancer, respiratory disease, neurological conditions, chronic mental illnesses also is part of the CVDs. And then all these things are basically all these conditions caused by premature morbidity or dysfunction or reduce the quality of life that been associated with all these patients. And they are usually developed and progress over a long period of time. So meaning that the NCD is long period issues that we are facing. All right. So most of the patients are having or develop this disease for a long period of time, and sometimes it's even insidious or even unnoticed. Meaning that some of us are even doesn't know that they are having this kind of insidious. And usually when these NCDs are manifested, they are usually protected period of impaired health. All right. So as I stated here that basically NCD is mainly occur in low and to middle income countries. So all the low and middle income countries are very susceptible to have these NCDs. It's stated here that in 78% of total NCD and 88% are coming from related to premature death. All right. So some of the characteristics that we should know that the first one is complex etiology. All right. So the complex is very complex. So we don't know in very accurate what is the causes of this kind of NCDs. It could be from metabolic, it could be from environmentals, it could be from genetic also. All right. So it have various kind of issues that we are dealing with. The second one is multiple risk factors. We have a lot of multiple risk factors that are associated with this kind of NCDs. All right, long latency period. All right, let's say we take for cancer, probably we take around 20 to 25 years to develop all the cancers. Right, so it takes longer time for the NCDs. As mentioned earlier, this is non-contagious origin, so meaning that it's non-communicable. It's non-communicable disease. Prolonged causes of illnesses. So as mentioned earlier, that the patients that be manifested by these NCDs are protected period for impact of health for long period of time. And then last but not least, usually the NCD is associated with the impairment or disability of that particular individuals. All right, so this is the tables that I took from the study from Ministry of Health Malaysia in the impact of non-communicable disease and their risk factor on the Malaysia gross domestic product. So meaning that we want to put the monetary value for the health impacts for the NCDs. All right, in 2015, a study from National Health and Mobility Survey, which is study in Malaysia, stated that it's almost 70.5% of Malaysians are living with diabetes. Some of them, around 30% are living with hypertension. 47.7% living with hypercholesterolemia, and also 70.7% with obesity. So this is some of the issues that we are facing also in Malaysia. All right. So having said that, all right, this table summarizes the productivity losses due to the three categories. The categories mentioned here is the cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and also the cancer. But as we can see that okay, as we can see here, we have around 12.8 million, all right, 12.8 billion of productive losses are due to the total NCDs. You see here. All right, for the high estimations, we have around 12.8 billion of product losses are due to these NCDs. All right, and then we have more than 40%. All right, we have more than 40% of the product losses are due to CBD and also diabetes. We have around 40% due to the cancer. All right, so it shows that the monetary value when we are putting into NCD, so is alarming for us. All right, so we need to spend more to cure all this for these NCDs, and not only for health aspect but also for the economic values. And then this table shows the DALIs and the cost by gender in Malaysia in 2017. This table shows that almost 72.4% of the three major categories in this study, which is mainly CDD, cancer, and also diabetes. All right, so number one mentioned here is the three main categories, which is CVD, cancer, and also diabetes. The other NCDs including cirrhosis, including respiratory diseases, neurologic conditions, mental illnesses, substance abuse, and so on and so forth. And also the other causes, including communicable diseases. Right. So if we see at the bottom here that around 72.4% are due to the NCDs. And then if you compare between males and females, all right, basically males have the highest daily losses between 59.71%, all right, 59.71%, as compared to females, we have around 41.08 billion ringgit Malaysia. So meaning that we have the losses for the highest amount of males as compared to females. All right, so this is based on the three major categories of NCDs that we reported in this report, which is CVD, cancer, and also diabetes. This one is a top 10 causes of death from the environment, reported from WHO. The first one is stroke, the second is ischemic heart disease, and so on and so forth. So as we can see here, that is around 8.2 million of 12.6 million deaths are due to the environment. So environmental risks are getting a concern in all the non-communicable diseases that we have in this world. All right, so it shows that it's growing evidence that indicates that early life exposure to the environmental risks, such as chemicals, air pollution, radiation, environmental degradations, might increase the CVD risk throughout the life courses. So meaning that the several environmental risks play key important roles in prevention of NCDs. So reducing the environmental risk from conception onwards, we greatly reduce the burden of disease due to NCDs. All right, so we have SDG goals, and also we have WHO also developed WHO Global Action Plan for prevention and pollution of NCDs. All right, so all this, the impact of environment and NCD are having greatly increased over the last decade. We move on. There's some of the terminologies that I'm going to introduce here. All right. The first one is accessibility, and the second one is vulnerability. What's the meaning of these two terminologies and how they can be interchangeables between each other? The susceptibility is meaning that the condition or the state of being vulnerable to a disease or disorder. So meaning that it often refers to the factors that inherent to the physical predisposition, so such as genetics and so on. And the second one is the vulnerability. The vulnerability referring to the being of in dangerous positions or condition whereby it can increase the susceptibility to be affected or to be injured by certain condition. So meaning that it often refers to the external factors such as occasional exposure and something like that. So we need to understand these terminologies, so somehow it can be interchanged between each other. This is this figure showing the vulnerability to air pollution and health effects. So there are several factors that I mentioned here. It's very important that for us to know. The first one is susceptibility regarding the health status, the age extreme, younger peoples, adult peoples, adolescents, elder peoples. What is the exposure from their activity, from their residential location, where it's delegated from, or any kind of exposure from industries. And the third one is the social copings. How the community can be coping with all these social impacts, such as nutrition status that mentioned by previous speakers, pollution exposure from the pollution residential location, public health management, and also the healthcare management. So the characteristic of population mostly associated with increased accessibility, including the first one is life stages. So basically, the children and also the elderly peoples are more susceptible as compared to other group of community. The second is we have the pre-existing conditions such as CVD disease, respiratory disease, or any kind of disease that might make us more susceptible to have the NCDs. The third one is specifically linked with the genetics polymorphism, so variation of the genetics. And the last but not least is quite important, is this low socioeconomic status. As I mentioned earlier, that if most of the NCDs are usually usually occurred among the low and medium income countries. So the low socioeconomic status are play important roles in the susceptibility of air pollution. Moving forward, so as mentioned earlier, that this is the total death due to the air pollution. Basically, children are very susceptible, elderly very susceptible, simply because when we look at the children, the lung of children are not yet fully developed. So hence, they inhaling more of air per unit of their body weight as compared to adults. Hence, they are very prone to have greater health effect as compared to the adults, and hence they have a long-term damage in the lungs. If that particular children have underlying diseases such as asthmatic, CBDs, and they are more prone to have all these kind of effects. For those elderly peoples, air pollution, such as increasing of the concentration of smoke, increasing of smoke pollutions, they are very susceptible to viral or bacterial attack, as both of the lung and the immune system are decreased by age. Right, so it happens when we are talking about COVID-19. So the elderly peoples and also the children are more susceptible as compared to other group of the community. So just showing some examples here that the causes of hospitalization in Malaysia between government hospitals and also private hospitals. So you can see here that the number 2 and number 5 for MOH is referring to Ministry of Health hospitals. So the disease of respiratory system consists of 13.26% of hospitalization in Malaysia. Also in the number 5, disease of circulatory system around 8.11%. So similarly with private hospitals, respiratory disease, also circulatory disease, among of the top 10 principal causes of hospitalizations in Malaysia. All right, if you look at death in Malaysia, showing the same pattern, all right, circular system and also respiratory system, around 22%, also similar patterns are showing in the private hospital. So CVDs, cardiovascular disease, respiratory disease is all on the top 10 death and also hospitalizations in Malaysia. All right, so this is a global ranking of risk factor by total number of deaths occurred in 2019. This is reported from Health Impact Institute. All right, so as we can see that in 2019, it estimated that air pollution contributed a lot, around 6.6 million of deaths worldwide, which is equivalent to around 12% of total death. All right, total death. So meaning that the highest is probably around blood pressure, tobacco smoke, and also dietary risk. So as we can talk about air pollution, the pollution can have two effects: short-term exposure and also long-term exposure. So short-term exposure to air pollution can be very harmful. All right. For example, if we have the high pollution days, asthma can be triggered. All right. It also can cause a spike in the hospitalizations. All right. If we talk about a long-term effect of air pollution, all right. So this is where the NCD is coming. All right. So it's where NCD is coming. The exposure to air pollution increase the risk of illnesses and also the death due to ischemic heart disease, lung cancer, chronic COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases, lower respiratory infections, and so on and so forth. Even diabetes and also stroke also linked with air pollution. So furthermore, it is reported that around 80% of air pollution's burden is attributed to the non-communicable disease. All right. So COPD, diabetes, heart disease, respiratory tract infections, lung cancer, and so on. So meaning that, so we have seen a linkages between the NCDs and also the air pollution or environmental risk. So this is the figure showing how the biggest impact on global health related to the particulate matter. All right. So basically, if you can see from this figure, PM2.5, if we take it the human hair in diameter within 50 to 70 micrometer, we have PM2.5 and PM10. So meaning that PM2.5 and PM10 can easily in between of diameter of human hair. So the harmful of this particulate is mainly depends on the particle size and also what is the chemical compositions. All right. So the airborne particles may comprise solid and also the liquid, which may contain vary of chemicals, trace metals, organic compound, inorganic compounds, pH, and so on and so forth. All right. So all these compounds might have the effects on the human health. So the smaller size of particles can penetrate deeply into the lungs or into the alveoli. So they can irritate the lungs and also the lung linings, and can trigger the more asthmatic diseases, and they can stimulate immune system. So where it related with the inflammatory proteins. This is the size distributions, all right? The size distributions of particulates matter, all right? The size is the matters, all right? Size is the matters. In air pollution, size is the matters. Basically, PM2.5 is originating from combustion process. So PM2.5 is fine particles, and we also have UFP, which is ultrafine particles. So I will share later on my studies on ultrafine particles. All right, so these two particles, fine and also ultrafine particles, are mainly coming from combustion processes. Right, so which is a man-made, which is anthropogenic issues. Right, so the cost fractions, right, the cost fraction is mainly from natural sources. All right, road dust, everything are coming from the natural sources. We also have bioaerosols, also in between of the cost fraction and also fine fractions. So the larger fractions of particles demonstrate a greater fractional deposition in the extrathoracic regions or upper tracheobronchial regions, whereby the smaller particles greater deposition in the deep lung condition in that positions. All right. So this is the respiratory system that I'm going to share. How can different size of particles can have penetrate to different part of the lung. All right, so basically we divided the lung into three parts. We have nasopharyngeals, tracheobronchial, and also pulmonary alveoli. So if we have the upper respiratory tract, so basically ultrafine particles and also coarse particles and can easily go through this upper respiratory tract. When we have the lower respiratory tract, mainly ultrafine particle and also fine particle, mainly greater deposition in these regions. All right, so it's very important that the PM2.5 can easily penetrate the small airways. All right, so this is the one we have shown this evidence in all the studies worldwide. All right, the smaller particles can easily go into the bloodstreams. All right, when they go into the bloodstreams, they can have some certain effects. So this is where the size is matters when we talk about PM2.5, also ultrafine particles. So this is the respiratory systems and the particle depositions. So just showing to emphasize the importance of the particle size and how the particle size affects the respiratory system. As I mentioned earlier, the smaller particles, fine particles, and also ultrafine particles are mainly from the combustions, man-made anthropogenics. All right, so we have the lungs here. Right, so the lungs is served as a portal of entry. So we have a lot of blood vessels. We have highly permeable layer, and we also have the high surface area. So these conditions provide a very conducive environment for the particles or for the pollutions to have the greater impacts on the respiratory system. On top of that, when we talk about respiratory mechanism, respiratory particles, and also cleaning mechanism, the God has provided us the cleaning mechanism. It's a natural mechanism whereby the respiratory can clean all of the particles that we inhale by certain individuals. So basically coughing, ciliary, macrophage, lymphatic is all the natural mechanism that we do have in our body to protect from the harmful effect of certain air pollutions. For example, if you have macrophage meaning that we have a small blood cell whereby this blood cells is very important to digest foreign substance, microbe, cell cancer, and so on. So this macrophage is play important roles as a natural mechanism. But if we have the kind of condition whereby the pollutants is very high, somehow this natural mechanism is not enough to cater the impacts of the pollutions. Study Banwu et al. In 2017 showing that how the systemic effect of particulate matter when we inhale when inhales the PM, regardless the size, mainly the smaller size of particles, they can have the inflammations, they can have the oxidative stress, and this could lead to many problems and also could lead to hospitalizations, emergency department visits, mainly due to COPD, asthmatic, and also pneumonia. So as I mentioned earlier in previous slides, so that the inhaled particles can deposit in different waste segment according to the size of particles. So size is matters in air pollution. The smaller size, the bigger impacts on the systemic effects of the air pollution of the body. This is the effects of fine particulate matter. PM2.5 have effects have been extensively studied all over the world. All right. So basically, when PM2.5 is inhaled into the human body, they can go through the respiratory system. They can have the impacts on several, such as escalation of asthma, increasing of COPD, decrease in the lung functions, or probably increase the risk of lung cancers. On top of that, PM2.5 also can have effects on the circulatory systems, but they can go through the bloodstreams and can go throughout the whole body of the certain individuals. And this is best to establish that it's very important that for us to look at the effects of particulate matter, particularly on the cardiovascular diseases. We have shown that a higher exposure to certain levels of PM2.5 or ultrafine particles can have the greater risk on heart risk attack and also the stroke. So,
Excuse me, Dr. Akram.
Yes.
To interrupt for your presentation, I like to raise the question and continuing for your explanations that there is the high risk for the elderly. However, both side and the opposite and the youngest or the maybe in the teenager also the high risk for air population regarding to non-communicable disease. Could you elaborate this point?
Yeah, as what I mentioned earlier, so the young children or particularly very vulnerable, susceptible to the air pollution. As same thing goes to the elderly, right? The elderly people, they have more comorbidity with other diseases. So when we have air pollution, they can have a greater impacts on this kind of community in this community of age group. In between that, we have adolescent peoples. If the adolescent peoples have comorbidity or certain issues of these diseases, and that can also have greater impact. So meaning that the rule is if the community or the age group have certain comorbidity of effects of certain diseases, so we have the air pollution, they can increase the risk of having these NCDs. Right. So, for example, I will show in the next slides how the burden of disease associated with the children and also the elderly. Right. So, so meaning that this subgroup of populations we really need to take care of. All right. So, including the children, they are very vulnerable, and also the elderly also are very vulnerable. They have comorbidity of other diseases. So, these diseases, when we combine with air pollution episodes, they can have greater risk of to have the impacts. I think I can move forward. All right. So this is the global maps population weighted annual average in 2.5. As you can see here, that most of the populations, most of the countries, I would say around 90% of the countries have more than guideline that been limited by the WHO. So around so it's 90%. So almost the country in all over the world have the highest PM2.5. So as I mentioned earlier, the smaller particles is the greater the impacts on the human health. So thereby, hereby, it's very important for us to reduce the emission of PM2.5. And last decade we talk about PM10. Now we talk about PM2.5. All right, in Malaysia also, we have introduced new regulations regarding PM2.5. Before 2015, we do not have any regulation regarding PM2.5, but now in 2015, we have introduced a guideline for PM2.5 to show that how important the size particles matters in air pollution. Before we move to the next slide, it's also good to mention that the highest annual average exposure was seen in Asian countries, in African countries, and also some of in the Middle Eastern countries. So we have, if you Google in Google, that you can have found top 10 countries whereby they have the highest populations of annual PM2.5 exposure. I can name a few. So we have Indian, Nepali, Niger, Qatar, Nigeria, Egypt, some Bangladesh, Pakistan. So all these countries associated with the highest population, the highest concentration of PM2.5 in between 60 to 80 microgram per cubic meter, which is more than the guidelines given by the WHO. So it's very dangerous, and if you can see from this. Apart of that, we also have some of the countries where have the lowest concentration, such as Australia, Canada, most in the Europe countries, Finland, for example, New Zealand. In Southeast Asia, we have Brunei, kind of lowest concentration of PM2.5. So we have countries where they are doing quite good in terms of controlling PM2.5, whereby we have also countries we have the average. Like in Malaysia, for example, we also have a follow-up PM2.5. Most of our data showing that PM2.5 is significantly higher in certain season, for example. All right.
Okay, Dr. Akram, just interrupt from the higher air pollution, whether in the transportation or from the plants. Air pollution.
All right. Based on from my studies in Malaysia, I'm talking about Malaysian perspective. Probably, I think it's same all over the world. Probably we have some difference over there. Right. Mainly in Malaysia, the transportation cost. The transportation is the main cause of or the main culprit of air pollution in Malaysia. I would say that's the main culprit. So we have more urbanizations. I think the same thing goes to Indonesia, for example, Jakarta. I do have friends in Indonesia that are working on air pollution. So they are saying the same things. All right, transportation is one of the main cause of the burden of disease for PM2.5 in our region, followed by industrial sectors, or we call it point source emissions, power plant emissions, and so forth. So I would say transportation is the main cause or the main culprit that we have in our regions, right? Hopefully answer the questions, right?
Yes.
This slide showing that the burden of disease according to the age groups, right? We have early neonatals, late neonatals, and we have the age in between, and also we have the elderly peoples. Right, so the figure shows that the death amongst due to ambient air pollution and also household air pollution. So the orange color is referring to PM2.5, the blue color referring to the household air pollutions, and the yellow color referring to the ambient ozone. All right, so the early death in between of early neonatal is defined as 0 to 6 days. Whereby the late neonatal is defined as 7 to 27 days. In this paper, paper from Health Impact Institute, they are defined as that. So this age group reflecting the influence of particulate matter on the adverse effect outcomes due to the respiratory infections. All right. So the second largest peak referring to the large group, which is elderly peoples. All right, so the large group elderly peoples are also showing the same patterns. All right, they have infections due to the air pollution, slower respiratory diseases that can develop over the years. All right, so this figure shows also provide us some insight how different type of air pollutions have different effects on each group. But of course, in this figure, they're only showing for 3 kinds of pollutants, and PM2.5, household air pollution, also ambient ozone. We have other kind of pollution, SO2, and NOx, VOC, and so on and so forth. So they might have a different effect. Now, if you look at here, that ambient air pollutants, PM2.5, also household, which is the cooking fuel in the household, have the greatest impact on the burden of disease according to the age. All right. So the same similarly, we were explained earlier from the previous slide. We mentioned that children and also elderly is the most susceptible age group that we have the effects on air pollutions.
Yes, me, Akar. If you have air pollution, is there any effort to reduce the air pollution by climate management or planting in the city?
All right, that's a good question. I would say we should have various actions that we need to take, that we need to look at in order for us to reduce the effects of air pollution. We have we have a few approach, policy approach. For example, we can how to reduce the emissions. We need to have a stringent regulations, right? The stringent regulations we provide insightful for the industries that the government is really focusing on reducing the impacts of the PM2.5 or other pollutions. All right. For example, in Malaysia, we introduced a new regulations, National Ambient Air Quality Standard in 2015, which we include PM2.5, and we divided into 3 phases: the first interim, second interim, and the final interim. So we divided into different phases to give the time for the community, also the time to the industry, so that they adjusted the emissions according to the years. All right, probably if we enforce certain rules directly, probably the industry will like it. All right, so we need to put in stages. All right, so, okay, now in the first 5 years, this is the concentration. The second 5 years, this is the concentration that you have to meet, and the third one, the final phase, is more stringent. So we need to provide that to the industry, so that we need to have a stringent regulation on that. The second one is basically meant on the technology. So I would encourage all the industry sectors, all right, to really invest in the technology. So the better technology we have, all right, the better reducing of emissions you can have in our countries, in our region, basically. When we talk about transportation issues, which is one of the main culprit that we have in our region, so we can introduce some MBI, which is we call it as market-based instrument. So we encourage people to use hybrid car, for example. So we encourage people to use public transportation, for example, train, buses. So as for examples, in UK, they are introducing the emission charges, whereby if people go inside the city center of London, they will charge because they emit certain pollutant. So something that we can, I'm not saying that we have to put the charges on the people, no. But I'm saying that some examples that we have in the world, how certain countries are doing to reducing the impacts. UK are doing quite good in terms of emission charges, all right? Whenever we go into the city center of London, we have to pay the emission charge, all right? So certain countries in Europe, they are even in certain countries in Asia, for example, in Japan, Korea, Taiwan, they are doing quite effective management. Encourage people to cycle, for example. All right, cycling is one of the greenest activities. We're reducing the carbon footprint, for example. So this is something that we can think of. Of course, we have to look at different aspects. For example, cultural settings in certain countries, for example. So we have to adjust all those things. But this is a way this is a way that we can reduce all these emissions, lah. All right. Next slide is we talk about the total attributables of death due to PM 2.5. So the left figure showing that in Southeast Asian country or South Asia and also some Oceania countries, we have a striking trend, the increasing trend of the death due to the PM 2.5. Whereby certain countries, in the Europe countries, for example, they are very stagnant in terms of the death due to the PM 2.5. So the burden of disease due to PM 2.5 is varied across the globe. All right, as we can see from the right figures, the right color showing the highest death due to PM 2.5. And we can see most of the US continent, some part of the Europe continents, they have less death due to air pollution. But if you can see from Central America, Southeast Asian countries, African countries, they quite have the highest numbers of death due to air pollution. So technically speaking, that we have a steep increase of total death due to PM 2.5 in Southeast Asia, South Asia, and also Oceania. All right. This is the showing that the youngest population is some kind of the fragile state, right? Showing that the youngest the populations, they are very fragile. All right. So this period whereby showing that the total number of deaths increase among children in sub-Saharan Africans, South Asia, and also Southeast Asian country. So these regions, they have the highest attributable death due to air pollutions. All right. So this period means that the baby, the neonatal death is one of the period whereby it's very fragile. All right. These conditions related to because the baby born are very small, they are very susceptible to range of diseases, not only from metabolic, not only from genetics, but also from environmental risk. All right. So they can carry this high rate of death and also risk for long-term disability. So once they've been exposed at a younger age, if they live for longer time, they will carry all the disease until the elderly period. All right. So we have two mechanisms whereby the researcher explain how this happens. All right. The pollution, or the pollutions or particles that component that across the membranes, can go into the lungs and then can go to the blood system, and then they can go affecting the placenta function, also the fetus. So this is how the first mechanism. They can pass through the membranes and can go directly to the other part of the body through the bloodstreams, and can have the effects on the placenta and also the fetus. The second one is the proteins can initiate the systemic effects, as what I'm showing in the previous slides. So probably they have the inflammation or is an oxidative stress between effects that have the effects on the both mothers and also the babies. All right. So technically speaking, both outdoor and indoor pollutions can be very harmful to the mothers, can be very harmful to the babies. But on the global scales, we show that the household air pollutions are particularly very dominant. All right, particularly very according to certain region, for example, sub-Saharan Africa, whereby all these regions are still depending much on the burning of solid fuels for cooking, for example. If certain countries have moving from solid fuel burning to LPG, for example, we can see the reducing effects of household air pollution. But if the country particularly still depends much on the burning of solid fuels for cooking, we can have the effects of the household to the death of the young children.
Excuse me, Mr. Akram. Apologize. Could you give some closing statement on the way forward as action needed for prevention and the air pollutions to give a high risk on the population, either in the children or in the elderly, because mostly this the vulnerable population.
All right, thank you. I think I have that one slide in my last slide. I think I will go into more detail on that. All right. So so this is my second last part. This I'm showing that certain study that we have done in Malaysia. So our research group in Malaysia produced quite a number of papers on the subject that I presented here. This is the paper in 2013, short-term effects of daily air pollution on mortality. Right, showing that we have that ozone, CO, and also PM10s showing that have associated with natural mortality. All right, some of the respondent or some of the patients that have the respiratory disease, which is they have the comorbidity problems and they have the higher risk of mortality. All right, this is the first studies that we have done, particularly in Malaysia. This is recently in 2021. One of our research group do a systematic review showing the association between the ambient air pollution and the effects on childhood respiratory disease in low and middle income Asian countries. So it shows that in low and middle Asian countries are very high risk of having the respiratory disease due to air pollution. I think it depends also on the socio-economic factors of that particularly country. So in this study, they are showing that the short-term and also long-term effects of air pollution is associated with increase of childhood respiratory morbidity and also mortality among Asian low and middle income countries. This is a case crossover analysis. We have forest fire haze events that occur in our region. So it's showing that for national mobility, the haze events have the association between the children with less than 14 years old, and then we have the mortality of due to respiratory can have the effects of certain lag. All right. So it's showing that children and adult females are very mortalities are very associated with the delay effect. So meaning that we have a delay effect of air pollutions due to this emission of particles. Recently, one of my students, PhD students, are doing on the size segregate atmospheric polysulfide hydrocarbons down to until PM 0.1. So showing that the smaller size particles is a concern nowadays. All right, so the size of the matters that I mentioned earlier, size of the matters, the smaller size, the greater impact that we can have in human health. So this study proved that with the smaller size particles, and then if we have, in this case, we have PAH, which is organic compound. They are very high risk, which is under USCPA priority. So they can have the effects. All right, so this study showing that more than 50% of the risk is due to the benzoyl equivalent. So benzoyl atau BAP is one of the dangerous of the organic compounds in PAH priorities. Moving forward, so this is another study that done by my students. Look at the seasonal variation and also the size distribution of inorganic, also carbonaceous components in KL. All right, so this is study between Malaysia, Thailand, and also Japan. So showing that we have particulate matter problems in KL for the smaller size particles. We also have carbonaceous particles, we have sulfate particles, nitrate particles, and also ammonium particles. So all these particles are major contributors for the size distribution of inorganic and carbonaceous components in Malaysia. This is one of the studies that done by one of my undergraduate students, so showing the effect of non-exhaust road dust in KL. So we are talking about, as mentioned earlier, we are talking about transportation. Transportation is one of the biggest contributors, all right, to the PM2.5 of pollution in general in Malaysia. So we are talking about transport. We also need to look at in terms of non-exhaust road dust. So the road dust, which is mainly the heavy particles or the bigger particles, also can have the effects towards the human health. As we can see from the study showing that children is having the greater risk of having non-carcinogenic effects due to this non-exhaust road dust in KL. All right, so this is some explanations. I think I'm not going to go into detail. So how the transportation can cause from the tailpipe emission, from evaporative emissions, from brake and tire wear, resuspension of road dust, driving behavior, or we drive driving behavior can also the effects on the pollutions. Is idling of the car, moving very fast, moving very slow. So they can have the effects on the pollutions, and also very important to have the maintenance of the car. All right, so this is the factors associated with the population exposure in the city center. If we have the inner part of the center, we have taller buildings, so we can expect the dispersion of pollutants will be very less. So we have a building weight effects. The pollution in the city center can have the greatest impacts on the pollutions of traffic in the city center. So there are several factors: emission, distance, dispersion conditions, and also duration that we expose to this exposure. Moving forward, this is the recent study that we have in Malaysia. A group of researchers in Malaysia from UKM, University Bahasa Malaysia, also from University Malaysia Sabah. We look at the children, the climate change, and also the children, how the climate change can affect the children directly. So this is please have a look. Please have a look from the internet. You can have a look on this. We have provided by UNICEF. This is a research collaboration between academia and also UNICEF. So this focus on the Malaysian perspective. Right. So from these studies that we can show that the climate change, the environmental degradation, for example, burning fossil fuels, deforestation, fertilizer, livestock farming, can have the emissions on the greenhouse gases, and we can have the effects on the climate change, as well as the environmental degradation. So this environmental degradation can lead to the changes of land use, land cover, urbanization, and also other things. So how the children can be affected? So this is where we look at how this climate change sometimes sometimes we neglected the children, particularly in this study, we focus on the children, all right? So we look at how the marginalized peoples or the marginalized children in certain area, which is very, unfortunately, they are not being covered, right? So they are consistently overlooked. So basically, children are often fared the worst, all right? They are very affected by this kind of climate change and also degradations. So some of the key findings that we found that in Malaysia, the climate change and also environmental degradation can have the impact on the well-being of the children, mainly in 4 ways: waterborne diseases, vector-borne diseases, the health linked to the air pollution, and also health risk due to the chemical substance, for example. All right, so I think this is what I mentioned earlier in my previous slide, that how the air pollution can lead to the respiratory diseases, morbidity, mortality, and also increase the hospitalizations in Malaysia. All right, so this is some of the questions that you have posed to me earlier. So the way forwards and what the action needed that we can do to overcome, all right, not entirely to overcome, but I would say to reduce the impact. The first one is prevention through healthy environments. We need to have the integrated pollution control. We need to have the healthy urban design. We need to have the sustainable transport in order for us to reduce the air pollution, and indirectly we can reduce the NCD strategies that link with the environmental risk. The second one is drive policies in other sectors through health argument. So meaning that when we are putting some policies, we are putting the weightage of the health. So we're putting the weightage of the health. So meaning that the health play important roles in promoting the public participation in the within policy, so that we can influence the governments to control the NCDs due to health risk. The third one is communication and advocacy. All right, it's very important for us to provide the evidence, to provide the guidance or information or the benefit if we can reduce the risk of environmentals to the public and also to the policymakers. New approaches to health, environment, and equality. So it's very important. The approaches is very important to support and also to tackle, support in tackling the health issues, determinants, in the very sustainable way, because we want to have a way forward which is very sustainable. So we can starting for a long time, not only for a short period of time. So this will encourage the promoting research and developments on NCD and also the risk factors. And last but not least, we need the health leadership, right? So the health sector, we need the empowerment, we need the competency, we need capacity in all the quality, so that we can all the health risk related, we can be a champion on that. So the competency that this is very important in nowadays. So I believe this is one of the 5 keys that I believe is a way forward that we can do and apply. I think it's applied to all the regions in Malaysia, and so on and so forth. All right, I think that's all my presentation, my sharing for today. Sorry, I'm taking so much time. So hopefully we can benefit some from this sharing. I back to you, to the chairperson.
Thank you. After explanation, the answer from the mainly we already know that the high risk of environmental disease come from the pollution and others unhealthy environments. We can resources loss, not only already mentioned. Both community work together. Again,
sorry, I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you. Sorry.
Yes. Plus, emphasize 5Ks to have the zero carbon in 2030. That is very great promotion and policy from government, and government and community have to work together to achieve this healthier environment, so we can prevent the loss of human resources and to improve the healthy. Again, thank you very much, Dr. Akram. It's very interesting explanation and very useful for us. We have to aware not only concern about the disease, however, the cause of disease actually come from the unhealthy environment. Give applause to Mr. Akram.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I return to MC. For me, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Mariono and Mr. Ikram, for an amazing session. And now, please allow me to deliver the certificate for the speaker and the moderator. First, this is to Dr. Muhammad Ikram bin Awahab. Thank you very much for being our speaker, sir.
Thank you.
And the next is for the moderator. Here, the certificate for Mr. Mardiono, MNS PhD. Thank you very much for being our moderator today. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Our next session is for the invited speakers. We will serve you with 4 invited speakers that will be led by our moderator, Dr. Suharsono, Master of Nursing, as the moderator. But first, allow me to introduce him. Dr. Suharsono, Master of Nursing, is one of the lecturers in Nursing Department of Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. He graduated from doctoral program of Faculty of Medicine, Public Health, and Nursing, Gadjah Mada University. Without further ado, now please welcome Dr. Suharsono, Master of Nursing. The time is yours.
Thank you very much to MC that give me opportunity to lead this panel session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning for all the participants. Welcome to the 3rd International Conference on Handling Non-Communicable Diseases. We are excited to have you join in this special occasion. This session, we will do a panel session. We invited 4 speakers with the expertise related to handling non-communicable diseases. I will check first because the Dr. Dentist Lani Sunarjo, Master of Dental Science, has already been here. I will check from Zoom meeting. Mrs. Sriwidatiningsih. Assalamualaikum, Mrs. Sriwidatiningsih. Could you hear my voice?
Okay. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Widatiningsih. And the 3rd speaker, Bu Omaroh. Mrs. Omaroh, can you hear my voice? Mrs. Omaroh?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, thank you very much. And the 4th speaker, we have Mrs. Esti Handayani, Master of Midwifery. Can you hear my voice, Mrs. Esti Handayani?
Yes, I will be here already.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Let me introduce the first speaker. The first speaker is Dr. Dentist Lani Sunarjo, Master of Dental Science. She was graduated from the University of Melbourne to get Master of Dental Science, and then continue to get a doctoral program from the Diponegoro University. Okay, and the current position now, she is a lecturer in the dental nursing in Health Polytechnic Semarang. I would like to lead this session, and I would like to tell to all the participants. This session we have 4 speakers, and then each speaker will speak of the topic 10 minutes, and then after all the speaker speak, and then I will have discussion for 20 minutes for speaker. So let me start from the first speaker, Dr. Dentist Lani Sunarjo, Master of Dental Science. The time is yours.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank for Honorable Committee and all participants for this opportunity. Today, I would like to present, actually it's my research. Yeah, it's my research. The research is titled about mangosteen green as natural herbs for handling non-communicable diseases. One of the reasons I choose the title because I would like to support our institution, Local Wisdom, that our institution want to optimize the using of herbs as an alternative treatment. Please share my presentation. I work in an oral health department, Polytechnic Health Semarang. This is the background. We know that diabetic wound is a serious clinical problem. Yeah. Why? Because diabetes, I think, is top 10 deadly diseases, and every year is getting increased and require expensive costs and chance of infectious complication. Diabetic wound healing process has many obstacles. For example, inflammatory response, induced hypoxia, disruption of angiogenesis, and trouble with collagen deposits. Next. For the therapy for post-tooth extraction, our research is about therapy post-tooth extraction. Yeah. For the standard therapy, usually give systemic, antibiotic, anti-inflammation, analgesic. Local, we have gelatin-based hemostatic, but there is a deficiency because the medicines not specific for patients who have diabetes mellitus, and it's relatively expensive and absolutely no support our local wisdom. So I try to look for alternative therapy and using herbal. So I choose mangosteen greens, where mangosteen greens is safe, effective, affordable price, and we support local wisdom. And green mangosteens has a best evidence clinically that could accelerate healing, especially for oral ulcer and periodontal disease, and may reduce blood glucose. Next. Mangosteen greens actually have an active substance. Yeah, it's called xanthone. Xanthone is very good because xanthone is consists of anti-inflammation, anti-diabetic, could obstruct hypoxia, no toxic, safe, effective. However, just low concentration. 0.1 until 0.02%. Affordable price and resistant for product processing. I apply for topical preparation. So I think that for topical preparation, maybe we have optimal concentration and we have minimum side effects. Next. The objective of our research is to prove the effect of pingositrin towards inflammatory response, diabetic wound, healing post-tooth extraction. Especially we concern about collagen deposit. Next. This is the wound healing phase. Yeah. So usually we have 4 phases: hemostatic, inflammation phase, proliferation, and we have remodeling. But the phase usually overlapping. Yeah, for phase usually overlapping, and for the remodeling need maybe around 3 months for the expect result. Next, we know that diabetic wound healing, if someone has diabetic mellitus, so it tends to hyperglycemia, and it result molecular physiological damage. Yeah, so wound healing process has deficiency. For example, collagen maturation damage, neutrophil is not effective, so reduce bacterial decontamination, and angiogenetic response is bad. And finally, inflammatory cells is getting increased, and sometimes is more cytokine excess. Yeah, now we call it storm cytokines. Okay. Next. It is the histology pathological description. Diabetic wound post-tooth extraction. We can look at for the 7 days post-tooth extraction. For the control group, it is look like woven bone stored in socket. Compared to diabetic group, no bone formation in socket. Yeah, this is for the comparison between control group and diabetic group. Next. Our research use sample rat, male with star, the old 8 until 10 weeks, weight 120 to 160 gram, healthy, active. We use randomized sampling. We have 40 sample. Group 1, diabetic wound with extra mangosynrin. Group 2, diabetic wound control. Group 3, non-diabetic wound with mangosynrin. And group 4, non-diabetic wound control. Okay. Next. It is the result for our research. We look at the wound area. Yeah, maybe you can look that the day 40 diabetic wound with mangosynrin, the wound is nearly closed. Yeah, just 0.30 millimeter compared to the control. Yeah, have 1.1 millimeter. And for non-diabetic wound with mangosynrin, the wound is closed, day 10. Yeah, compared to non-diabetic wound control, the wound is closed in 14, day 14. Yeah, I use ANOVA test, and there is a significant difference between the diabetic wound group. Okay, next. For the collagen deposit, we look at that for the day 14, we have the amount is the biggest one is diabetic one with mangosynrin. Yeah, compared to control for and non-diabetic one with mangosynrin, it's better compared to non-diabetic wound control. Yeah. Next. It is the sample that when we look at the deposit collagen, we know that the arrow, this is point for the deposit collagen. Yeah, this is a sample. When you look at the result of histology pathological assessment. Okay, next. So it is discussion. Yeah. Where we use streptozotocin to induce the rat, yeah, because streptozotocin compared to alloxan streptozotocin is stable, specific for pancreas cell, and no high dose. Yeah, and blood sugar level in diabetic wound with mangostidine decrease for 10 days, 75%, and for 50% for 15 days. And some researchers say that rat with induction streptozotocin is same status with human diabetes status same. Yeah, so I use rat for my research. In this study, a mouse model with type 1 diabetes was created, fasting blood glucose 300 until 600 milligram per DL according to the provisions. And this result is according with the research Bensap 1 that mangostidine had affected as anti-diabetic in rat. Next. So it is my conclusion based on our research. Okay. Mangostidine has the potential to affect diabetic wound healing, yeah, because mangostidine may accelerate diabetic wound healing after tooth extraction. We can look at the collagen production, day 10, yeah, 4 times control group. Okay. So it is our references, and thank you so much for your participation.
Thank you for Mrs. Lani. I think she has already informed us about this research. And for all the participants, I think you write down first in the paper on in the chat, and then we are going to the next speaker. So the ask question I will put in the end of the fourth speaker. So move to the next speaker, the second speaker. Ibu Mrs. Umaroh. I will check first. Mrs. Umaroh, can you hear my voice?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Mrs. Umaroh, you have 10 minutes for present your topic. And then before you present, I would like to inform your curriculum vitae. Mrs. Umaroh, Bachelor of Public Health and Bachelor in the Applied Midwifery, Master of Health, and she is one of the lecturer in Health Polytechnic Semarang in the Midwifery Department. She will present on the postpartum care services and result research postpartum. The time is yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, moderator, for the opportunity. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon for all participants. I will discuss about postnatal care service and the result of postpartum result. Can I share screen? Okay, postpartum care service and result postpartum. Postpartum definisi as the time from immediately after the end labor, reproduksi organ have returned as near as possible to their pre-gravid conditional and period of 6 until 8 weeks. WHO have recommendation on postnatal care of the mother and newborn. Recommendation 1 until 3, provision of postnatal care to mother and newborn, and recommendation 4 until 7, content of postnatal care for the newborn. Recommendation 8 until 12, content of postnatal care for the mother. And then recommendation 1, timing of discharge from a health facility after birth. After an uncomplicated vaginal birth in a health facility, healthy mother and newborn should revise care in the facility for at least 24 hours after birth. And then recommendation 2, number and timing of postnatal contact. If bed is an healthy facility, mother and newborn should revise postnatal care in the facility for at least 24 hours after birth. And 2, if birth is at home, the first postnatal contact should be as early as possible within 24 hours of birth. At last 3, conditional postnatal contact of recommended for all mother and newborn on day 3 between day 7 until 24 after birth and 6 weeks after birth. And then recommendation 3, home visit for postnatal care. Home visit in the first week after birth are recommended for care of the mother and newborn. And then recommendation 4 until recommendation 7 for the baby. Yeah. Assessment of the baby. And then recommendation 5, exclusive breastfeeding. And then cot care. And then other postnatal care for the newborn. Recommendation 8, assessment of the mother. This is very important for postnatal care. First 24 hours after birth, all postpartum women should have regular assessment of vaginal bleeding, uterine contraction, fundal height, temperature, and heart rate routinely during the first 24 hours starting from the first hour after birth. And then blood pressure should be measured short after birth. If normal, the second blood pressure measure should be taken with 6 hours. Urine void should be documented with 6 hours. And then by 24 hours after birth, at its subsequent postnatal contact requirements should continue to be made about general well-being and assessment made regarding the following. And then, for example, mixture and urinary incontinence, bowel function, healing of any perineal wound, headache, fatigue, back pain, perineal pain, and perineal hygiene, breast pain, uterine tenderness, and lochia. First breastfeeding progress should be assessed to its postnatal contact. at its postnatal contact, women should be asked about their emotional well-being, what family and social support they have, and their usually coping strategy for dealing with day-to-day mother. All women and their family partners should be encouraged to tell their healthcare professional about any change in mood, emotional state, and behavior that are outside of the woman normal pattern. At 10 until 14 days after birth, all women should be asked about resolution of male transitory postpartum depression. If symptoms have not resolved, the woman's psychology well-being should continue to be assessed for postnatal depression, and if symptoms persist, evaluated. Women should be observed for any risk seen and symptoms of domestic abuse. Women should be told whom to contact for advice in management. All women should be asked about resumption of sexual intercourse and possible disparity as part of an assessment of overall well-being 2 to 6 weeks after birth. If there are any tissue of concern at any postnatal contact, the woman should be managed or referred to by medical practitioner. And then recommendation 9, counseling. This is very important. And the one, all women should be given information about the psychology process of recovery after birth. And then attention sheet and system of postpartum hemorrhagic and sick, sudden and pause and
Mrs. Umaro,
sir.
I
Yes.
think you still have 1 minute more to present
Okay.
your topic.
Okay, thank you. Scene and system preeclampsia and scene and system of infection and scene and symptom thromboembolism. And then counseling, nutrition, then et al. Okay, and recommendation 10, iron and folic acid supplementary, and then prophylactic antibiotic, and then finally psychology support. By 10.4% recommended the prevalence of postpartum depression among women at high risk of developing this condition. And then postpartum care service in Indonesia, we have 4 visiting 1 until visiting 4. This assessment of mommy, assessment hemorrhagic, breath and breath canal, and vitamin A, contraception, counseling, and case management. And then our research, the title, effective use of stagen for decrease uterine fundus height. We have bleeding traditional, we have 3 group, 1 group Kurita and 2 group another, stagen 5 meter and stagen 10 meter. Based on the above result, the most effective stagen is 10 meter stagen and average decrease in uterine fundal height on day 7 of 6.658 centimeter. And then research title, the effective of combination of oxytocin meses and of moringa tea with soya with on milk production on postpartum mother. And then we 2 group oxytocin meses plus moringa leaf and oxytocin meses plus soya milk. Based on the result of the research that has been obtained, the oxytocin message group with combined of moringa leaf tea was more effective in increasing milk production compared to the oxytocin message with the combine of soya milk, because the average weight gain of the baby's products for greater. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Umaro. I think she has already explained. Hopefully, at the end of in the Q&A session, maybe the participant can ask more about this topic. I will move to the third speaker, Mrs. Sriwidati Ningsih, Master of Midwifery. She will explain about the facilitating behavioral change with health education in prevention of non-communicable disease. I will check first, Mrs. Sriwidati Ningsih, Master of Midwifery. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Sriwidati Ningsih. I would like to tell all the participants about the curriculum vitae for Mrs. Sriwidati Ningsih, Master of Midwifery. She is one of the lecturer in the Health Polytechnic Semarang in the Midwifery Department, and she was graduated from Catholic University, Melbourne, Australia, to get Master of Midwifery. Because of the limiting time, I think directly this opportunity I give to the Mrs. Sriwidati Ningsih, Master of Midwifery, and Sriwidati Ningsih, Master of Midwifery, is also the head of the Midwifery Study Program in Magelang Campus, Health Polytechnic Semarang. Okay, Mrs. Sriwidati Ningsih, Master of Midwifery, time is yours. 10 minutes for present your topic.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum, peace be unto you all. Thank you for the committee and the moderator for giving me a valuable 10 minutes to discuss a simple topic in hoping that it might give big impact. It's about behavior change in prevention of NCDs or non-communicable diseases. I believe that all of us as health professionals are used to or familiar with this topic. So I'm going to make pointers to remind us so that we can be a better health educator in relation to NCD prevention. So here we take a look at the key facts of NCDs based on the latest WHO publication recently, which show that NCDs kill 41 million people per year, which equals to 71% of all deaths globally. And there are more than 15 million deaths at ages of 30 to 69 years. It can be inferred that mostly are within in the range of productive age and based on WHO age standardization. So this is quite not good. Okay. And next fact is that as much as 77% of our NCDs deaths are in low and middle income countries, including Indonesia and many countries in Asia, maybe sub-Saharan Africa, and many more around the world. So as we know that people living in poverty are greater to risk to being exposed to harmful products, such as tobacco, unhealthy dietary practices, and usually they have limited access to health care. And another fact is that there are top 4 killers related to NCDs, including cardiovascular diseases, cancers, respiratory diseases, and diabetes. So if we talk about maternal in relation to NCDs, we can say that NCDs cause significant threat and also for health of the mother and the future generation. So based on those key facts, prevention and control of NCDs will have a significant impact on reducing the current and future NCDs burden. So now we are going to discuss about NCDs behavioral factors. NCDs are related with certain behavioral risk factors, namely tobacco use or smoking, here including secondhand or secondhand smoke, passive smokers. Yeah. And physical inactivity is also one of the risk factor of NCDs. Another one is alcohol intake, and it is unquestionable risk factor, alcohol. And unhealthy diets, including low intake of fruits, vegetable, maybe excess of salt or sodium intake, maybe sugar, fat, and preservatives, etc. And another risk factor is metabolic, which consists of obesity, maybe high blood glucose or hyperglycemia, high blood pressure, and high fat level. Unhealthy diets and lack of physical activity may lead in raised blood pressure, as well as increased blood glucose and elevated blood lipids and obesity as well. So all those NCDs behavioral risk factors are modifiable behaviors actually, which can be modified by intervention at individual and community level, including behavioral intervention that aim to modify the risk factor of NCD and promote health. And one of the efforts to modify behavior is by health education. So why health education is important for behavioral change in NCDs prevention? As health professional, it is critical to give an explanation to our clients, regarding why behavioral change needs to be made to prevent NCDs, or what is the reason so that we need to change our behavior in order to be able to deliver good explanation. Then we need to give knowledge which can be obtained from health education. So therefore, the education is very important here. It has been proven from the research that all prove that clients' knowledge can be increased through health education. So 3 of the reference are the study of mine and the team, and all prove that clients' knowledge can be increased through health education. Now we will discuss about health education on why and how a change needs to be made. Social learning theory includes the construct of self-efficacy. Self-efficacy means someone's belief about his ability to complete a task or achieve certain goals. It means, or it's something related to self-confidence. So to construct self-efficacy, we need to first increase clients' awareness of why they need to make change, explaining how the behavior change will result in desirable health outcome. And the second one is we also need to build clients' perception that they are able to make change. Incorporating skill training is required for clients to understand how to make change. So we need to use this theory to be able to change the behavior. And now, how to increase awareness through health education, because we need to be aware of the problem. So here we need to provide a better understanding, meaning that information must be of personal relevance. I mean, not general information, because general information available abundantly outside and easily to be accessed in form of maybe internet, or in form of paper piece and etc. So general knowledge is insufficient for behavioral change. For example, if we educate individual on how about the definition about the consequences of obesity, I think it's not likely to lead to behavior change. But if we teach or educate the person about awareness that they are suffer from obesity and are personally experience consequences of obesity, in my experience, there will be a sense of awareness that they have problem. So instead of explaining about what is that and how should we do it, we must change our mind that we have to raise awareness first, that this is the problem for you and for us. And the second one is, so therefore we need to tailor or customizing health education to be relevant to the client. The second is how to increase awareness through health education is that we need to deliver the health education by ourselves, I mean by health professionals. So health professional must deliver the health education in order to what? To ascertain credibility of the health professional and the material and the information, and as well as to develop good relationship with the client. Now, next discussion will be about health education to develop skills. So lacking of skill is considered as barrier to behavioral change. then we have to train the client on how to do. So we need to train, not just give the definition, the cause and so on. Yeah. I will give an example. Most people reporting awareness that eating vegetable has health benefit. However, only few of the people consume enough vegetable, right? By educating patient on the nutrient content of vegetable is not likely to increase participant awareness of why they should consume, and it is unlikely to result in increased veggie or vegetable intake. Yeah. In contrast, lack of skills in vegetable preparation, because people cannot prepare the vegetable food, in their meals. Yeah. So I think that is the problem. For this population, interventions that both reinforce the importance of vegetable consumption, including training on how to clean, to chop, to cook vegetable, are likely to increase participants' skills, yeah, and may encourage a higher vegetable consumption.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Witatingse.
Okay.
You still have time, 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to continue. Okay. And how to deliver effective health education for behavior change? First, we must ask questions and listen to the client. Yeah. And the second, don't give packet of handouts. This is mean we just give the handout and hoping that some of the packet will be increased patient's personal awareness is nonsense. It is nothing. And this overwhelming amount of education, and they will be unlikely to change their behavior. Yeah. And next tips is be patient. Yeah, because client knows why and how to make behavior change doesn't mean that the change is going to be easy. There are many potential barriers that will be faced by the client when attempting to make behavioral change for their health. So slowly work through the barrier and patiently so that the client will be able to make a suggested behavioral change for their health. And in conclusion, it can be inferred that health education is important in behavioral change, and healthcare provider can be better advocates for clients' behavior change, by increasing personal awareness of why the change needs to be made and training on how to make the change. And then we must customize education will be the most effective at increasing personal awareness and skills of NCDs prevention. And the last one is avoid health education that does not increase clients' personal awareness of skill or skill levels, as this will not result in desired behavior change. I think that's all, and this is my reference. Okay, thank you so much. I give it back to you, the moderator.
Okay, thank you very much to Mrs. Sriwita Tiningsih, Mas Raf Midwifery. Okay, the asking question maybe in the later on. So I remind to all the participants, you can write on first in the paper on directly to write on the chat room. So maybe after the all speaker talk about that topic, so the speaker will answer your question. Okay, move to the next speaker, Mrs. Esti Handayani, Master of Midwifery. She will talk about midwife role of reproductive health services during crisis. I will check first to Mrs. Esti. Can you hear my voice?
That's clearly.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I will talk about the curriculum vitae for Mrs. Esti Handayani, Master of Midwifery. Esti Handayani, Master of Midwifery. The current position, she is a head of Bachelor Midwifery Study Program of Magelang, Health Polytechnic Semarang, and she was graduated from Master of Midwifery, Australian Catholic University in Melbourne, Australia. The topic will be delivered from Esti Handayani, Mrs. Esti Handayani, Master of Midwifery. The title is Midwife Role of reproductive health services during crisis. I will tell you, Mrs. ST, you have time 10 minutes for presentation. After that, we have a discussion. Okay, the time is yours, Mrs. ST Handayani, Master of Midwifery.
Okay, thank you for moderator to giving me the time. Maybe I have permission to have share my screen, please. Yes. Okay. Okay, my respectful for any participant on this occasion. Today, I would like to represent about the sexual reproductive health services during crisis, especially in recently. We have too many case increase, especially for the sexual harassment or maybe sexual abuse. Especially for the femicide case, this recently increased, not just in Indonesia, but this around the world. This already increased because of many things. So that's why I chose this topic. This topic is not based on my article or maybe my research, but it's based on many research from around the world, especially for the European country and also for the Southeast Asia country. Okay, for the background is that why the sexual and health reproductive is very important today because of morbidity and mortality related to sexual reproductive health as significant issues now. So this is recently, there are many increasing cases of the sexual and the reproductive health services that is restricted because of many policy, such as of the quarantine policy, and then about the restriction of the health services during pandemic. So this is create many problems, especially in a sexual and health reproductive services. And then also the back of the crisis situations, it could be this is the endangers the sexual reproductive health and also safety for women and also girls. This has become increased in the case of the violence recently, especially in Asia and also in developing country. Because during outbreaks, these health resources are diverted toward outbreak prevention and response. And also many women are away from other areas for provide services. So this is no many people, especially for women and girls, are far away from the access for the health services, especially now government and maybe many people think that the sexual and reproductive health is not a demands point now. Demands, I mean, this is not an action plan for the main action plan for the government. So this is being away from the other services. And also, there's many routine services that's postponed or maybe suspended because of competing demand. So this is why for the sexual and reproductive health is really important in developing countries, especially in Indonesia. The government, based on the ACT program or ICPD, already have a program to have a 10 scope of reproductive health in Indonesia, but now recently it's being ignored for many facilities, especially in the hospital and the tertiary care. This is 10, maybe I will not read this one by one, because already know this is not the common, this is really common topic for us, especially for people during give care for the mother and the infant and also for the baby. Now we direct to the impact of crisis toward the sexual and reproductive health services. Is the way this access is very limited because of many services closed or maybe significantly reduced for the woman, especially, and respectful maternity care also compromised. Also, this is happen in many clinics. For example, this giving separated from baby for mother during early giving breastfeeding is separated because of outbreak, because of the issue, because of COVID-19, and also because of many maybe natural disaster. Is not available to give rooming in these situations. Maybe lack of staff and also personal protective equipment. Is that why now become many clinics are reduced to give service for the sexual and reproductive health because of personal protective equipment is really high. I mean, really high price. This is really expensive. So now everybody can get this freely. So this has become I mean, these obstacles, one of the obstacles for the giving services. And then another spotlight is about the contraception as abortion and abortion. This is really, really important for any countries because there are many job losses that impact on contraceptive process because of the contraceptives already there's really high price, especially maybe because we have IUD or maybe we have intrauterine device. This is really expensive, and people maybe not common to have surprise freely for condom or maybe for pill contraceptive. So this is another problem for us. And then for early abortions, it might be good to have a consultation because of restriction to have a services facing directly. So anybody maybe just with consultation with by phone or maybe by email or maybe by maybe group social media. So this is not sometimes a girl or maybe people who have a really private case. It's really difficult to, I mean, just to explore their feeling, to explore their psychological problem. So this is another.
You still have time, 1 minute more.
Oh, very short time. Okay, another spread is spotlight about the sexual abuse and maybe domestic violence. This really increased now because there's many things. I think there's many restriction, many quarantine, and many policy. Also many economic and social condition distress. So yeah, maybe many strategies can maybe pursue for any I mean any problems, especially from the government and also from the WHO. Maybe one of the strategies that is very important is maintain healthcare services. This depend on maybe the last speaker of the head of the head of the human health resources side that health services should be increased to get more generations, better to get a brilliant generation and something. So this is the services that during crisis is become big trouble, you know. And WHO and maybe many countries have some system for the quality to increase the quality and service for sexual, reproductive, maternal, newborn, child, and adolescent health. That is called as RMNCAH. So this is already around the world, but many countries it doesn't imply this because this is really difficult to implement during the crisis. Maybe this is the most important strategies. For another strategies, maybe this is come from WHO that is already success to implement in many countries, especially in European countries, such as in Canada, in Germany, in Ireland. This using a psychological first aid. Is that why now people can access for psychological problem is not, it's not really easy. It's not easy to access this psychological. Is that why in the developing country, the government that pursued this psychological first aid is the really important now during the outbreaks. This is many principles. Maybe any participant maybe can just take the material handout from this, because this is too many. I'm so sorry, Mr. Harsono, I can cut this because this is already integrated in one and another strategies. But I will be very quickly for this. Yeah. And another strategies that is really important is about the minimum package for sexual and reproductive health. This is really important. That maybe already a midwife know, a nurse know, and a doctor also know about that package. That package is conducted by UNFPA of WHO. This is the last from me, that today is not time to ask not what people can do for you, but ask what you can do for other people. We have to work together hand in hand, and maybe healthy for us to get a brilliant generation. That's all. Thank you for time. I give back to moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Esti Handayani. The last slide, I think, is quote the day. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Esti Handayani. I think in the last speaker for this panel, and then I will open the Q&A session. We have 12 minutes for the Q&A session. Maybe anyone from the Zoom room, maybe you can raise hand or you can write on the chat, please. Okay. Okay, maybe wait for the participant. This one is a question for Mrs. Witatiningse. As we know that national priority program is to minimize the mild mortality rate and the infant mortality rate. I think you said more about how to change the behavior in the people. Could you explain more? Maybe any strategies or also the action must be taken by the midwife in the public health center to minimize the mild mortality rate and also the infant mortality rate.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. This is a good question, but the hard one, because maternal mortality rate and also infant mortality rate is a big issue, and it is multi-sectoral involved in this issue. So, but at least we can do small contribution by strengthening our education, yeah, our health education. Because lots of women usually don't understand about whether they experience signs of danger during pregnancy, during birth, maybe during birth, if there's midwife there, but it's probably safe. But in the postpartum period and for the neonatal and so on, so sometimes they don't understand that this is the sign of danger that can be lethal or make the woman dead. So this is the role of us as maybe midwife, as a nurse, as doctor, or as whatever we are in health, as a health professional. So we have to educate the mother and maybe the pregnant woman, start from the beginning, yeah, maybe the beginning during pre-conception, maybe premarital, and yeah, before the pregnancy has happened. So we always need to do this health education over and over again. Don't be what usually we feel or getting bored or boring, yeah, but we don't have time to just let that happen. So in relation to health education, we need to assess, yeah, whether the woman needs information that's specifically designed to her. So we don't have to give maybe brochure or leaflets about what is the anemia, what is hemorrhage, what is the sign, and why you can get that. So it's not necessary about that, but what is the woman want to know? So we just tailor or customize our health education to her. So I think that's the answer. Small steps, but hopefully it can make change. So don't get bored in health education, because we must be patient. In the last slides of my presentation, it was written that we must be patient with lots of barrier that may be facing the woman when changing their behavior. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Mrs. Widatiningsih. Okay, while check for the chat room, okay, waiting for the question from all the participants. There is a question directly to me. Mrs. Umaroh, non-communicable disease also become the national priority program to minimize the non-communicable disease, especially the hypertension and also the diabetes mellitus and also the cardiovascular disease. Could you explain more about to optimize the well-being of mother, and also maybe in the coping strategies to minimize the postpartum depression or also the postpartum blues? So if midwife can prevent the postpartum blues and also the postpartum depression, I think can optimize the well-being of the mother. Okay, could you explain more? Maybe in the coping strategies and the action must be taken by the midwife in the community.
Untuk meminimalisir.
Betul. Okay, I promise answer with Indonesia, Miss Harsono.
Okay, maybe if I can, I will translate to English.
Okay, thank you. Untuk meminimalisir terjadinya postpartum blues di provider memberikan pendampingan seperti tadi yang disampaikan sesuai dengan rekomendasi WHO, bahwasanya kita perlu memberikan perhatian pada saat setiap kontak postpartum dengan tenaga kesehatan. Jadi apapun yang dialami oleh ibu postpartum itu perlu kita data agar petugas kesehatan, di sini midwife or SPOG ataupun dokter, itu mampu membantu untuk menyelesaikan permasalahan-permasalahan dari ibu, sehingga ibu tidak jatuh pada kondisi postpartum blues. Seperti itu, Miss. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Mrs. Umaroh. I think we must, the health professional must become interprofessional relationship in delivering some care for that patient. Maybe Dr. Lani can elaborate about this one, about the how to minimize the non-communicable disease, especially in the diabetes mellitus, because your research finding is using the herb to minimize the ulcer and also regarding the diabetes mellitus. Okay, time is yours, Dr. Lani. Can you explain more, maybe suggestion and also based on your research finding?
Okay, thank you. I think diabetes mellitus disease is a chronic disease, chronic disease. So sometimes it's difficult to treat this disease, but how to prevent is easier. So I suggest that we must control our life pattern, maybe about our consume and our medicine or etc. And I think the most important thing that we should have exercise, Mr. Suharsono. And I think it is the easier way, and it is like our style, yeah, to maintain our healthy. For using herb, I agree that we should use mangosteen because for the mangosteen have a lot of evidence base. Yeah. Maybe for the next time, I would like to create a medicine based on mangosteen rinse, maybe for gel or salt, yeah, that can use for patient who has diabetes mellitus, hopefully. Thanks so much, Mr. Harshang.
Okay. For the last question, I think if there is no question in the Zoom meeting, in the chat room, I mean. Okay, for Mrs. Esti Handayani, could you explain more maybe the midwife role in the community, specifically in the public health center and also in the hospital related to the non-communicable disease? Because as we said before that the national priority program is to minimize the non-communicable disease, especially in the hypertension and also the diabetes mellitus, especially if the pregnant mother have hypertension. I think can become the preeclampsia or eclampsia. Maybe you can say or explain more about the midwife role in the community, especially in the public health center and also maybe in the hospital. Okay, for Mrs. Esti Handayani, Master of Midwifery.
Okay, thank you. This little bit hard, maybe hard problem for the midwife to have maybe to care with diabetic mellitus or maybe a hypertension, especially during the pregnancy, delivery, and also postpartum. Because of this is like Bulani said, that this is a chronic disease. So this is actually this is not a midwife role exactly, but independently midwife is not a care about this matter. But a midwife have any rules for have collaboration and also have a referral system for that, especially in the community. And community may have no rules to look after of the mother with a diabetic mellitus or maybe other hypertension, especially with the heart hypertension. But that she have to get collaboration with maybe an obstetrician and also have collaborative with the internist could be, and then the patient have to refer for this. This is based on our law in for the Undang-Undang Kepidanan. This is a really strict rule for that the midwife is just for early detection for the chronic disease, but midwife have independent rule for the physiologics during pregnancy, maybe delivery, and the postnatal care. That's my question. But this is really a good question for this, because recently the case of the diabetic mellitus and maybe for the hypertension during pregnancy is really high now. I don't know because this is about pandemic or something, but this is now recently there is a highly increased for the case for that. Okay, thank you for that question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for Mrs. Esti Handayani. And thank you for all the participants. I think time is up for this panel session. Thank you very much for Dr. Dentist Lani Sunarjo, Master of Dental Science. Thank you very much. I think it's wonderful presentation for this session. And also for Mrs. Sriwidati Ningsih, Master of Midwifery, Mrs. Umaroh, Master of Health, and also Mrs. Esti Handayani, Master of Midwifery. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Wonderful and insightful for this presentation. Once more, thank you for all the presenter and also the speaker for this panel session. And also, I think that's all. And also, the speaker has already answered all the questions. Before we come to the end of this panel session, I thank once more. I thank you very much for all the speakers who have presented the informative, insightful presentation. And also, I think we add some wonderful information from all the speakers. Okay, thank you very much for all the participants who have already joined in this panel session. I would like to apologize for any inconvenience that might be experienced during I lead this panel session. I hope you enjoy and you can join to continue this our conference in Health Polytechnic Semarang. And then I give to MC back to organize this conference. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, give applause to all the speakers.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suharsono, for an amazing session. And now, please allow me to deliver the certificate for the invited speaker and moderator. The first is for the online speaker. First is for Mrs. Umaroh, please. Umaroh, please. The next is for Miss Sri Widatiningsih, Master of Midwifery. Here's your certificate. And then for Miss ST, Master of Midwifery, here your certificate.
Thank you.
And especially for the speaker, invited speaker, and our moderator who come into this room directly, please come to the podium. Your certificate will deliver by our chief of the conference to Dr. Osri Endang Astuti. Please come to the podium to deliver the certificate for the invited speaker and for the moderator symbolically. And please hold for a moment so we can take the picture of you. And next is for our amazing moderator, Dr. Suharsono. Thank you very much for lead an amazing discussion. Thank you very much, Miss and Mr. Now you can go back to your seat. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, those are the agendas we have from the amazing speaker and moderators for the first day of the third International Conference on Handling Non-Communicable Diseases, hosted by Center of Excellence for the Prevention and Control of Non-Communicable Diseases, Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang on 2021. Coming up, in a moment, we are going to invite you all to join the parallel session. We will start the oral presenter session with some amazing speaker and other new knowledge. We will inform you that this session will be divided into 3 breakout rooms. We will share it into your screen so you can see all presenter and their paper title in each room. For all participants, feel free to choose the room you want to join. So please be ready. And if you have any problem to joining the breakout room, please do not hesitate to ask the committee directly or via chat box. With our pleasure, we will help you. For admin, please open the breakout room. And for the oral presenter, please don't forget to rename your name by the code is your room and then your paper code, and then your name. So our admin will give you information that you are already on the room or not. And once more, for the all participants, please feel free to choose your room. While waiting for the breakout room to start, please enjoy our video presentation. Thank you very much. Pardon to announce in bahasa. Bagi Bapak Ibu peserta yang terdaftar sebagai oral presenter, kami persilahkan untuk memasuki breakout room dengan terlebih dahulu merename nama akun Zoom yang Bapak Ibu gunakan. Dengan aturan yang pertama adalah kode ruangan, urutan paper, serta kode dan nama dari masing-masing oral presenter. Untuk Bapak Ibu peserta yang lain, kami persilahkan untuk mengikuti di breakout room. Bapak Ibu bebas untuk memilih breakout room mana yang akan diikuti untuk mengikuti panel session di oral presenter session pada siang hari ini. Kami persilahkan untuk dapat mengklik ikon yang ada di dalam menu Zoom dengan tulisan breakout room dengan lambang 4 buah kotak yang ada di layar Bapak Ibu sekalian dan memilih salah satu ruang untuk join.
Apa sih kanker serviks? Kanker serviks adalah kanker yang tumbuh dari sel-sel di leher rahim atau mulut rahim yang disebabkan oleh infeksi human papilloma virus. Di Indonesia, kanker serviks merupakan penyakit peringkat nomor 2 yang mematikan para wanita. Berdasarkan data riset kesehatan dasar tahun 2013, sekitar 330.000 orang di Indonesia menderita kanker serviks. Faktor terjadinya kanker serviks yaitu berhubungan seks di usia muda dan berganti-ganti pasangan seksual, merokok aktif atau pasif, penggunaan vaginal daging, penderita infeksi kelamin dan HIV/AIDS, dan keturunan. Hindari faktor utamanya: berhubungan seks di usia muda, bergonta-ganti pasangan seksual, merokok, dan penggunaan vaginal daging. Perjalanan virus menjadi sebuah kanker membutuhkan waktu sekitar 10-20 tahun.
Mohon izin, sekali lagi kami umumkan kepada Bapak Ibu yang masih berada di room utama untuk dapat segera bergabung dengan breakout room karena sesi oral presentasi akan segera dimulai.
Atau keluar cairan encor putih kekuningan terkadang bercampur darah seperti nanah. Ayo cegah kanker serviks dengan lakukan gaya hidup sehat dengan rajin olahraga dan menjaga kebersihan area kewanitaan, Pola makan yang sehat, konsumsi buah dan sayur setiap hari, berkaya vitamin A dan C, dan lakukan suntik vaksin HPV. Apa itu vaksin HPV? Vaksin HPV adalah pencegahan kanker serviks melalui suntik untuk memproduksi antibodi yang dapat mencegah virus human papilloma. Idealnya, vaksin HPV diberikan kepada wanita yang belum melakukan hubungan seksual atau berusia 10 tahun dan hanya dilakukan 3 kali untuk selamanya. Ayo cegah kanker serviks dengan lakukan suntik vaksin HPV.
Bagi Bapak Ibu yang kesulitan untuk mengikuti breakout room, kami persilakan untuk dapat langsung menanyakan kepada panitia melalui chat box atau langsung dengan open mic. Dengan senang hati kami akan membantu Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk dapat memasuki breakout room. Terima kasih. We are very sorry for the inconvenience for the technical problem. We will restart the breakout room. Sorry. We are very sorry for the technical problem. We are running to fix it. Sorry for the inconvenience. Tadi kami sampaikan untuk breakout room telah kami perbaiki. Mohon maaf atas kesalahan teknis yang terjadi pada IT kami. Bagi Bapak Ibu yang belum bergabung dalam breakout room, kami persilakan untuk segera bergabung ke dalam breakout room. Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami persilahkan secara bebas untuk memilih room mana yang ingin diikuti.
Bagaimana cara membuka dan membuang masker yang benar? Ikuti langkah ini. 4 langkah memakai masker. Pertama, sebelum memakai masker, cuci tangan menggunakan air mengalir dengan sabun atau cairan antiseptik. Kedua, perhatikan posisi masker. Bagian yang berwarna ditempatkan di depan, sementara yang putih menempel di wajah. Ketiga, pastikan masker menutup hidung, mulut, dan dagu secara keseluruhan. Karena itu, gunakan masker sesuai ukuran. Keempat, setelah masker terpasang, tekan bagian atas hingga sesuai bentuk hidung kamu dan pastikan sudah rapat. 4 langkah membuka dan membuang masker yang benar. Pertama, membuka masker, pastikan tidak memegang bagian depan masker, tapi dengan melepas bagian kaitan belakang masker. Kedua, gantilah masker jika rusak, kotor, atau basah. Ketiga, buanglah masker dengan benar ke tempat sampah. Keempat, setelah membuang masker, cuci tangan dengan air mengalir dan sabun atau cairan antiseptik. Pakailah masker untuk mencegah tertular COVID-19 saat keluar rumah, di tempat umum, dan kerumunan orang. Jika tidak ada masker bedah, gunakan masker kain. Ingat, gunakan masker, pahami caranya, taati peraturan, dan jaga kesehatan.
Salah satu upaya Kemenristek-Dikti untuk memperkuat kelembagaan ITEX adalah melalui pengembangan Pusat Unggulan ITEK Perguruan Tinggi atau PUI-PT, dan di lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes dikenal dengan Pusat Unggulan ITEK Poltekkes Kemenkes atau PUI-PK. Hal ini merupakan langkah penting dalam penguatan sistem inovasi nasional di bidang kesehatan agar lembaga ITEK dapat bekerja lebih optimal sehingga dapat menjadi Center of Excellence dari pengembangan ITEK serapan bidang kesehatan. Berdasarkan hasil kajian terhadap berbagai sains and produk di lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, dengan melihat sifat dan kekhususan di masing-masing jurusan dan didukung sarana prasarana, maka Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang berkomitmen untuk meningkatkan derajat kesehatan masyarakat melalui upaya promotif, preventif, kuratif, terbatas, dan rehabilitatif yang inovatif. Banyak karya inovatif penelitian dan pengabdian masyarakat yang telah dihasilkan, yang menjadi focal point dan think tank pengembangan teknologi PTM sebagai pusat unggulan pencegahan dan pengendalian penyakit tidak menular, atau Center of Non-Communicable Disease Control and Prevention, Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang dikukuhkan melalui Surat Keputusan Direktur Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang nomor HK 02.3-06-12-2020 tentang penetapan Tim Pusat Unggulan IPTEK Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Semarang tahun 2020. Visi PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang adalah menjadikan pusat unggulan IPTEK P2 PTM dalam inovasi dan berbasis kearifan lokal yang diakui internasional tahun 2025. Misi PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang yaitu 1. Meningkatkan penelitian pusat unggulan IPTEK melalui pengembangan inovasi dan berbasis kearifan lokal. 2. Menyediakan sumber daya yang kompeten, berkualitas melalui penguatan penelitian PUI P2 PTM. 3. Melakukan kegiatan dalam upaya mencapai pusat unggulan IPTEK yang bermanfaat bagi akademik dan masyarakat. 4. Menyediakan sarana prasarana layanan kegiatan untuk mencapai pusat unggulan IPTEK yang bermutu. Adapun hal yang telah dicapai yaitu 15 kali menjadi pemakalah internasional, 102 paten dan hak kekayaan intelektual, 430 publikasi internasional. Selain itu, PUI PK Kemenkes Semarang juga melakukan kontrak bisnis, kontrak non-riset, kontrak riset internasional, kontrak riset nasional, membuat produk berbasis daya lokal, melisensikan produk yang telah dibuat, melakukan pembinaan UMKM, dan melayani jasa. Dengan adanya PUI PK Kemenkes Semarang, diharapkan dapat menghadapi tantangan yang ada, mengurangi peningkatan prevalensi, dan upaya mengurangi permasalahan penyakit tidak menular di Indonesia. Salam sehat Indonesia.
Apa sih kanker serviks? Kanker serviks adalah kanker yang tumbuh dari sel-sel di leher rahim atau mulut rahim yang disebabkan oleh infeksi human papillomavirus. Di Indonesia, kanker serviks merupakan penyakit peringkat nomor 2 yang mematikan para wanita. Berdasarkan data riset kesehatan dasar tahun 2013, sekitar 330.000 orang di Indonesia menderita kanker serviks. Faktor terjadinya kanker serviks yaitu berhubungan seks di usia muda dan berganti-ganti pasangan seksual, merokok aktif atau pasif, penggunaan vaginal daging, penderita infeksi kelamin dan HIV/AIDS, dan keturunan. Hindari faktor utamanya: berhubungan seks di usia muda, bergonta-ganti pasangan seksual, merokok, dan penggunaan vaginal daging. Perjalanan virus menjadi sebuah kanker membutuhkan waktu sekitar 10-20 tahun. Maka dari itu, kenali gejalanya. merasa nyeri pada pinggul atau pada saat berhubungan seks, pendarahan spontan tidak pada masa menstruasi, menstruasi tidak teratur, keputihan atau keluar cairan encer putih kekuningan terkadang bercampur darah seperti nanah. Ayo cegah kanker serviks dengan lakukan gaya hidup sehat dengan rajin olahraga dan menjaga kebersihan area kewanitaan, pola makan yang sehat, konsumsi buah dan sayur setiap hari, berkaya vitamin A dan C, dan lakukan suntik vaksin HPV. Apa itu vaksin HPV? Vaksin HPV adalah pencegahan kanker serviks melalui suntik untuk memproduksi antibodi yang dapat mencegah virus human papilloma. Idealnya, vaksin HPV diberikan kepada wanita yang belum melakukan hubungan seksual atau berusia 10 tahun dan hanya dilakukan 3 kali untuk selamanya. Ayo cegah kanker serviks dengan lakukan suntik vaksin HPV.
Pertama telapak tangan, kedua punggung tangan, ketiga sela-sela jari, keempat kunci jari, kelima jempol diputar, keenam kuku-kuku, jangan lupa cuci tangan. Bagaimana cara membuka dan membuang masker yang benar? Ikuti langkah ini. 4 langkah memakai masker. Pertama, sebelum memakai masker, cuci tangan menggunakan air mengalir dengan sabun atau cairan antiseptik. Kedua, perhatikan posisi masker. Bagian yang berwarna ditempatkan di depan, sementara yang putih menempel di wajah. Ketiga, pastikan masker menutup hidung, mulut, dan dagu secara keseluruhan. Karena itu, gunakan masker sesuai ukuran. Keempat, setelah masker terpasang, tekan bagian atas hingga sesuai bentuk hidung kamu dan pastikan sudah rapat. 4 langkah membuka dan membuang masker yang benar. Pertama, membuka masker, pastikan tidak memegang bagian depan masker, tapi dengan melepas bagian kaitan belakang masker. Kedua, gantilah masker jika rusak, kotor, atau basah. Ketiga, buanglah masker dengan benar ke tempat sampah. Keempat, setelah membuang masker, cuci tangan dengan air mengalir dan sabun atau cairan antiseptik. Pakailah masker untuk mencegah tertular COVID-19 saat keluar rumah, di tempat umum, dan kerumunan orang. Jika tidak ada masker bedah, gunakan masker kain. Ingat, gunakan masker, pahami caranya, taati peraturan, dan jaga kesehatan.
Salah satu upaya Kemenristek Dikti untuk memperkuat kelembagaan ITEX adalah melalui pengembangan Pusat Unggulan ITEK Perguruan Tinggi atau PUI-PT, dan di lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes dikenal dengan Pusat Unggulan ITEK Poltekkes Kemenkes atau PUI-PK. Hal ini merupakan langkah penting dalam penguatan sistem inovasi nasional di bidang kesehatan agar lembaga ITEK dapat berkinerja lebih optimal sehingga dapat menjadi Center of Excellence dari pengembangan ITEK serapan bidang kesehatan. Berdasarkan hasil kajian terhadap berbagai sains and produk di lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, dengan melihat sifat dan kekhususan di masing-masing jurusan dan didukung sarana prasarana, maka Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang berkomitmen untuk meningkatkan derajat kesehatan masyarakat melalui upaya promotif, preventif, kuratif, terbatas, dan rehabilitatif yang inovatif. Banyak karya inovatif penelitian dan pengabdian masyarakat yang telah dihasilkan, yang menjadi focal point dan think tank pengembangan teknologi PTM sebagai pusat unggulan pencegahan dan pengendalian penyakit tidak menular, atau Center of Non-Communicable Disease Control and Prevention, Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang dikukuhkan melalui Surat Keputusan Direktur Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang nomor HK 02.03-06-12-2020 tentang penetapan Tim Pusat Unggulan ITEK Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Semarang tahun 2020. Visi PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang adalah menjadikan pusat unggulan IPTEK P2 PTM dalam inovasi dan berbasis kearifan lokal yang diakui internasional tahun 2025. Misi PUIPK Kemenkes Semarang yaitu 1. Meningkatkan penelitian pusat unggulan iptek melalui pengembangan inovasi dan berbasis kearifan lokal. 2. Menyediakan sumber daya yang kompeten, berkualitas melalui penguatan penelitian PUIP2 PTM. 3. Melakukan kegiatan dalam upaya mencapai pusat unggulan iptek yang bermanfaat bagi akademik dan masyarakat. 4. Menyediakan sarana prasarana layanan kegiatan untuk mencapai pusat unggul iptek yang bermutu. Adapun hal yang telah dicapai yaitu 15 kali menjadi pemakalah internasional, 102 paten dan hak kekayaan intelektual, 430 publikasi internasional. Selain itu, PUIPK Kemenkes Semarang juga melakukan kontrak bisnis, kontrak non-riset, kontrak riset internasional, kontrak riset nasional, membuat produk berbasis daya lokal, melisensikan produk yang telah dibuat, melakukan pembinaan UMKM, dan melayani jasa. Dengan adanya PUIPK Kemenkes Semarang, diharapkan dapat menghadapi tantangan yang ada, mengurangi peningkatan prevalensi, dan upaya mengurangi permasalahan penyakit tidak menular di Indonesia. Salam sehat Indonesia.
Apa sih kanker serviks? Kanker serviks adalah kanker yang tumbuh dari sel-sel di leher rahim atau mulut rahim yang disebabkan oleh infeksi human papillomavirus. Di Indonesia, kanker serviks merupakan penyakit peringkat nomor 2 yang mematikan para wanita. Berdasarkan data riset kesehatan dasar tahun 2013, sekitar 330.000 orang di Indonesia menderita kanker serviks. Faktor terjadinya kanker serviks yaitu berhubungan seks di usia muda dan berganti-ganti pasangan seksual, merokok aktif atau pasif, penggunaan vaginal dating, penderita infeksi kelamin dan HIV/AIDS, dan keturunan. Hindari faktor utamanya, berhubungan seks di usia muda, bergonta-ganti pasangan seksual, merokok, dan penggunaan vaginal dating. Perjalanan virus menjadi sebuah kanker membutuhkan waktu sekitar 10-20 tahun. Maka dari itu, kenali gejalanya. Merasa nyeri pada pinggul atau pada saat berhubungan seks, pendarahan spontan tidak pada masa menstruasi, menstruasi tidak teratur, keputihan atau keluar cairan encer putih kekuningan terkadang bercampur darah seperti nanah. Ayo cegah kanker serviks dengan lakukan gaya hidup sehat dengan rajin olahraga dan menjaga kebersihan area kewanitaan, pola makan yang sehat, konsumsi buah dan sayur setiap hari, berkaya vitamin A dan C, dan lakukan suntik vaksin HPV. Apa itu vaksin HPV? Vaksin HPV adalah pencegahan kanker serviks melalui suntik untuk memproduksi antibodi yang dapat mencegah virus human papilloma. Idealnya, vaksin HPV diberikan kepada wanita yang belum melakukan hubungan seksual atau berusia 10 tahun dan hanya dilakukan 3 kali untuk selamanya. Ayo cegah kanker serviks dengan lakukan suntik vaksin HPV.
Ketiga, sela-sela jari. Keempat, kunci jari. Kelima, jempol diputar. Keenam, kuku. Jangan lupa cuci tangan. Bagaimana cara membuka dan membuang masker yang benar? Ikuti langkah ini. 4 langkah memakai masker. Pertama, sebelum memakai masker, cuci tangan menggunakan air mengalir dengan sabun atau cairan antiseptik. Kedua, perhatikan posisi masker. Bagian yang berwarna ditempatkan di depan, sementara yang putih menempel di wajah. Ketiga, pastikan masker menutup hidung, mulut, dan dagu secara keseluruhan. Karena itu, gunakan masker sesuai ukuran. Keempat, setelah masker terpasang, tekan bagian atas hingga sesuai bentuk hidung kamu dan pastikan sudah rapat. 4 langkah membuka dan membuang masker yang benar. Pertama, membuka masker, pastikan tidak memegang bagian depan masker, tapi dengan melepas bagian kaitan belakang masker. Kedua, gantilah masker jika rusak, kotor, atau basah. Ketiga, buanglah masker dengan benar ke tempat sampah. Keempat, setelah membuang masker, cuci tangan dengan air mengalir dan sabun atau cairan antiseptik. Pakailah masker untuk mencegah tertular COVID-19 saat keluar rumah, di tempat umum, dan kerumunan orang. Jika tidak ada masker bedah, gunakan masker kain. Ingat, gunakan masker, pahami caranya, taati peraturan, dan jaga kesehatan.
Salah satu upaya Kemenristek-Dikti untuk memperkuat kelembagaan ITEX adalah melalui pengembangan Pusat Unggulan ITEK Perguruan Tinggi atau PUI-PT, dan di lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes dikenal dengan Pusat Unggulan ITEK Poltekkes Kemenkes atau PUI-PK. Hal ini merupakan langkah penting dalam penguatan sistem inovasi nasional di bidang kesehatan agar lembaga ITEK dapat bekinerja lebih optimal sehingga dapat menjadi Center of Excellence dari pengembangan ITEK serapan bidang kesehatan. Berdasarkan hasil kajian terhadap berbagai sains and produk di lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, dengan melihat sifat dan kekhususan di masing-masing jurusan dan didukung sarana prasarana, maka Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang berkomitmen untuk meningkatkan derajat kesehatan masyarakat melalui upaya promotif, preventif, kuratif, terbatas, dan rehabilitatif yang inovatif. Banyak karya inovatif penelitian dan pengabdian masyarakat yang telah dihasilkan, yang menjadi focal point dan think tank pengembangan teknologi PTM sebagai pusat unggulan pencegahan dan pengendalian penyakit tidak menular, atau Center of Non-Communicable Disease Control and Prevention, Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang dikukuhkan melalui Surat Keputusan Direktur Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang nomor HK 02.03-06-12-2020 tentang penetapan Tim Pusat Unggulan IPTEK Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Semarang tahun 2020. Visi PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang adalah menjadikan pusat unggulan IPTEK P2 PTM dalam inovasi dan berbasis kearifan lokal yang diakui internasional tahun 2025. Misi PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang yaitu 1. meningkatkan penelitian pusat unggulan IPTEK melalui pengembangan inovasi dan berbasis kearifan lokal. 2. Menyediakan sumber daya yang kompeten, berkualitas melalui penguatan penelitian PUI P2 PTM. 3. Melakukan kegiatan dalam upaya mencapai pusat unggulan IPTEK yang bermanfaat bagi akademik dan masyarakat. 4. Menyediakan sarana prasarana layanan kegiatan untuk mencapai pusat unggulan IPTEK yang bermutu. Adapun hal yang telah dicapai yaitu 15 kali menjadi pemakalah internasional, 102 paten dan hak kekayaan intelektual, 430 publikasi internasional. Selain itu, PUI PK Kemenkes Semarang juga melakukan kontrak bisnis, kontrak non-riset, kontrak riset internasional, kontrak riset nasional, membuat produk berbasis daya lokal, melisensikan produk yang telah dibuat, melakukan pembinaan UMKM, dan melayani jasa. Dengan adanya PUI PK Kemenkes Semarang, diharapkan dapat menghadapi tantangan yang ada, mengurangi peningkatan prevalensi, dan upaya mengurangi permasalahan penyakit tidak menular di Indonesia. Salam sehat Indonesia.
Apa sih kanker serviks? Kanker serviks adalah kanker yang tumbuh dari sel-sel di leher rahim atau mulut rahim yang disebabkan oleh infeksi human papillomavirus. Di Indonesia, kanker serviks merupakan penyakit peringkat nomor 2 yang mematikan para wanita. Berdasarkan data riset kesehatan dasar tahun 2013, sekitar 330.000 orang di Indonesia menderita kanker serviks. Faktor terjadinya kanker serviks yaitu berhubungan seks di usia muda dan berganti-ganti pasangan seksual, merokok aktif atau pasif, penggunaan vaginal daging, penderita infeksi kelamin dan HIV/AIDS, dan keturunan. Hindari faktor utamanya, berhubungan seks di usia muda, bergonta-ganti pasangan seksual, merokok, dan penggunaan vaginal decking. Perjalanan virus menjadi sebuah kanker membutuhkan waktu sekitar 10-20 tahun. Maka dari itu, kenali gejalanya. Merasa nyeri pada pinggul atau pada saat berhubungan seks, pendarahan spontan tidak pada masa menstruasi, menstruasi tidak teratur, keputihan atau keluar cairan encor putih kekuningan terkadang bercampur darah seperti nanah. Ayo cegah kanker serviks dengan lakukan gaya hidup sehat dengan rajin olahraga dan menjaga kebersihan area kewanitaan, pola makan yang sehat, konsumsi buah dan sayur setiap hari, berkaya vitamin A dan C, dan lakukan suntik vaksin HPV. Apa itu vaksin HPV? Vaksin HPV adalah pencegahan kanker serviks melalui suntik untuk memproduksi antibodi yang dapat mencegah virus human papilloma. Idealnya, vaksin HPV diberikan kepada wanita yang belum melakukan hubungan seksual atau berusia 10 tahun dan hanya dilakukan 3 kali untuk selamanya. Ayo cegah kanker serviks dengan lakukan suntik vaksin HPV.
Kedua, punggung tangan. Ketiga, sela-sela jari. Keempat, kunci jari. Kelima, jempol diputar. Keenam, kuku. Jangan lupa cuci tangan. Bagaimana cara membuka dan membuang masker yang benar? Ikuti langkah ini. 4 langkah memakai masker. Pertama, sebelum memakai masker, cuci tangan menggunakan air mengalir dengan sabun atau cairan antiseptik. Kedua, perhatikan posisi masker. Bagian yang berwarna ditempatkan di depan, sementara yang putih menempel di wajah. Ketiga, pastikan masker menutup hidung, mulut, dan dagu secara keseluruhan. Karena itu, gunakan masker sesuai ukuran. Keempat, setelah masker terpasang, tekan bagian atas hingga sesuai bentuk hidung kamu dan pastikan sudah rapat. 4 langkah membuka dan membuang masker yang benar. Pertama, membuka masker, pastikan tidak memegang bagian depan masker, tapi dengan melepas bagian kaitan belakang masker. Kedua, gantilah masker jika rusak, kotor, atau basah. Ketiga, buanglah masker dengan benar ke tempat sampah. Keempat, setelah membuang masker, cuci tangan dengan air mengalir dan sabun atau cairan antiseptik. Pakailah masker untuk mencegah tertular COVID-19 saat keluar rumah, di tempat umum, dan kerumunan orang. Jika tidak ada masker bedah, gunakan masker kain. Ingat, gunakan masker, pahami caranya, taati peraturan, dan jaga kesehatan.
Salah satu upaya Kemenristek-Dikti untuk memperkuat kelembagaan ITEX adalah melalui pengembangan Pusat Unggulan ITEK Perguruan Tinggi atau PUI-PT, dan di lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes dikenal dengan Pusat Unggulan ITEK Poltekkes Kemenkes atau PUI-PK. Hal ini merupakan langkah penting dalam penguatan sistem inovasi nasional di bidang kesehatan agar lembaga ITEK dapat bekerja lebih optimal sehingga dapat menjadi center of excellence dari pengembangan ITEK serapan bidang kesehatan. Berdasarkan hasil kajian terhadap berbagai sains and produk di lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, dengan melihat sifat dan kekhususan di masing-masing jurusan dan didukung sarana prasarana, maka Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang berkomitmen untuk meningkatkan derajat kesehatan masyarakat melalui upaya promotif, preventif, kuratif, terbatas, dan rehabilitatif yang inovatif. Banyak karya inovatif penelitian dan pengabdian masyarakat yang telah dihasilkan, yang menjadi focal point dan think tank pengembangan teknologi PTM sebagai pusat unggulan pencegahan dan pengendalian penyakit tidak menular, atau Center of Non-Communicable Disease Control and Prevention, Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang dikukuhkan melalui Surat Keputusan Direktur Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang nomor HK 02.3/06/12/2020 tentang penetapan Tim Pusat Unggulan IPTEK Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Semarang tahun 2020. Visi PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang adalah menjadikan pusat unggulan IPTEK P2 PTM dalam inovasi dan berbasis kearifan lokal yang diakui internasional tahun 2025. Misi PUIPK Kemenkes Semarang yaitu 1. Meningkatkan penelitian pusat unggulan iptek melalui pengembangan inovasi dan berbasis kearifan lokal. 2. Menyediakan sumber daya yang kompeten, berkualitas melalui penguatan penelitian PUIP2 PTM. 3. Melakukan kegiatan dalam upaya mencapai pusat unggulan iptek yang bermanfaat bagi akademik dan masyarakat. 4. Menyediakan sarana prasarana layanan kegiatan untuk mencapai pusat unggulan iptek yang bermutu. Adapun hal yang telah dicapai yaitu 15 kali menjadi pemakalah internasional, 102 paten dan hak kekayaan intelektual, 430 publikasi internasional. Selain itu, PUIPK Kemenkes Semarang juga melakukan kontrak bisnis, kontrak non-riset, kontrak riset internasional, kontrak riset nasional, membuat produk berbasis daya lokal, melisensikan produk yang telah dibuat, melakukan pembinaan UMKM, dan melayani jasa. Dengan adanya PUIPK Kemenkes Semarang, diharapkan dapat menghadapi tantangan yang ada, mengurangi peningkatan prevalensi, dan upaya mengurangi permasalahan penyakit tidak menular di Indonesia. Salam sehat Indonesia.
Apa sih kanker serviks? Kanker serviks adalah kanker yang tumbuh dari sel-sel di leher rahim atau mulut rahim yang disebabkan oleh infeksi human papillomavirus. Di Indonesia, kanker serviks merupakan penyakit peringkat nomor 2 yang mematikan para wanita. Berdasarkan data riset kesehatan dasar tahun 2013, sekitar 330.000 orang di Indonesia menderita kanker serviks. Faktor terjadinya kanker serviks yaitu berhubungan seks di usia muda dan berganti-ganti pasangan seksual, merokok aktif atau pasif, penggunaan vaginal dating, penderita infeksi kelamin dan HIV/AIDS, dan keturunan. Hindari faktor utamanya, berhubungan seks di usia muda, bergonta-ganti pasangan seksual, merokok, dan penggunaan vaginal dating. Perjalanan virus menjadi sebuah kanker membutuhkan waktu sekitar 10-20 tahun. Maka dari itu, kenali gejalanya. Merasa nyeri pada pinggul atau pada saat berhubungan seks, pendarahan spontan tidak pada masa menstruasi, menstruasi tidak teratur, keputihan atau keluar cairan encor putih kekuningan terkadang bercampur darah seperti nanah. Ayo cegah kanker serviks dengan lakukan gaya hidup sehat dengan rajin olahraga dan menjaga kebersihan area kewanitaan, pola makan yang sehat, konsumsi buah dan sayur setiap hari, berkaya vitamin A dan C, dan lakukan suntik vaksin HPV. Apa itu vaksin HPV? Vaksin HPV adalah pencegahan kanker serviks melalui suntik untuk memproduksi antibodi yang dapat mencegah virus human papiloma. Idealnya, vaksin HPV diberikan kepada wanita yang belum melakukan hubungan seksual atau berusia 10 tahun dan hanya dilakukan 3 kali untuk selamanya. Ayo cegah kanker serviks dengan lakukan suntik vaksin HPV.
Ketiga, sela-sela jari. Keempat, kunci jari. Kelima, jempol diputar. Keenam, kuku. Jangan lupa cuci tangan. Bagaimana cara membuka dan membuang masker yang benar? Ikuti langkah ini. 4 langkah memakai masker. Pertama, sebelum memakai masker, cuci tangan menggunakan air mengalir dengan sabun atau cairan antiseptik. Kedua, perhatikan posisi masker. Bagian yang berwarna ditempatkan di depan, sementara yang putih menempel di wajah. Ketiga, pastikan masker menutup hidung, mulut, dan dagu secara keseluruhan. Karena itu, gunakan masker sesuai ukuran. Keempat, setelah masker terpasang, tekan bagian atas hingga sesuai bentuk hidung kamu dan pastikan sudah rapat. 4 langkah membuka dan membuang masker yang benar. Pertama, membuka masker, pastikan tidak memegang bagian depan masker, tapi dengan melepas bagian kaitan belakang masker. Kedua, gantilah masker jika rusak, kotor, atau basah. Ketiga, buanglah masker dengan benar ke tempat sampah. Keempat, setelah membuang masker, cuci tangan dengan air mengalir dan sabun atau cairan antiseptik. Pakailah masker untuk mencegah tertular COVID-19 saat keluar rumah, di tempat umum, dan kerumunan orang. Jika tidak ada masker bedah, gunakan masker kain. Ingat, gunakan masker, pahami caranya, taati peraturan, dan jaga kesehatan.
Salah satu upaya Kemenristek Dikti untuk memperkuat kelembagaan ITEX adalah melalui pengembangan Pusat Unggulan ITEK Perguruan Tinggi atau PUI-PT, dan di lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes dikenal dengan Pusat Unggulan ITEK Poltekkes Kemenkes atau PUI-PK. Hal ini merupakan langkah penting dalam penguatan sistem inovasi nasional di bidang kesehatan agar lembaga IPTEK dapat berkinerja lebih optimal sehingga dapat menjadi Center of Excellence dari pengembangan IPTEK serapan bidang kesehatan. Berdasarkan hasil kajian terhadap berbagai sains and produk di lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, dengan melihat sifat dan kekhususan di masing-masing jurusan dan didukung sarana prasarana, maka Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang berkomitmen untuk meningkatkan derajat kesehatan masyarakat melalui upaya promotif, preventif, kuratif, terbatas, dan rehabilitatif yang inovatif. Banyak karya inovatif penelitian dan pengabdian masyarakat yang telah dihasilkan, yang menjadi focal point dan think tank pengembangan teknologi PTM sebagai pusat unggulan pencegahan dan pengendalian penyakit tidak menular, atau Center of Non-Communicable Disease Control and Prevention, Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang dikukuhkan melalui Surat Keputusan Direktur Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang nomor HK 02.03-06-12-2020 tentang penetapan Tim Pusat Unggulan IPTEK Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Semarang tahun 2020. Visi PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang adalah menjadikan pusat unggulan IPTEK P2 PTM dalam inovasi dan berbasis kearifan lokal yang diakui internasional tahun 2025. Misi PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang yaitu 1. meningkatkan penelitian pusat unggulan iptek melalui pengembangan inovasi dan berbasis kearifan lokal. 2. Menyediakan sumber daya yang kompeten, berkualitas melalui penguatan penelitian PUI P2 PTM. 3. Melakukan kegiatan dalam upaya mencapai pusat unggulan iptek yang bermanfaat bagi akademik dan masyarakat. 4. Menyediakan sarana prasarana layanan kegiatan untuk mencapai pusat unggulan iptek yang bermutu. Adapun hal yang telah dicapai yaitu 15 kali menjadi pemakalah internasional, 102 paten dan hak kekayaan intelektual, 430 publikasi internasional. Selain itu, PUI PK Kemenkes Semarang juga melakukan kontrak bisnis, kontrak non-riset, kontrak riset internasional, kontrak riset nasional, membuat produk berbasis daya lokal, melisensikan produk yang telah dibuat, melakukan pembinaan UMKM, dan melayani jasa. Dengan adanya PUI PK Kemenkes Semarang, diharapkan dapat menghadapi tantangan yang ada, mengurangi peningkatan prevalensi, dan upaya mengurangi permasalahan penyakit tidak menular di Indonesia. Salam sehat Indonesia.
Apa sih kanker serviks? Kanker serviks adalah kanker yang tumbuh dari sel-sel di leher rahim atau mulut rahim yang disebabkan oleh infeksi human papillomavirus. Di Indonesia, kanker serviks merupakan penyakit peringkat nomor 2 yang mematikan para wanita. Berdasarkan data riset kesehatan dasar tahun 2013, sekitar 330.000 orang di Indonesia menderita kanker serviks. Faktor terjadinya kanker serviks yaitu berhubungan seks di usia muda dan berganti-ganti pasangan seksual, merokok aktif atau pasif, penggunaan vaginal daging, penderita infeksi kelamin dan HIV/AIDS, dan keturunan. Hindari faktor utamanya, berhubungan seks di usia muda, bergonta-ganti pasangan seksual, merokok, dan penggunaan vaginal decking. Perjalanan virus menjadi sebuah kanker membutuhkan waktu sekitar 10-20 tahun. Maka dari itu, kenali gejalanya. Merasa nyeri pada pinggul atau pada saat berhubungan seks, pendarahan spontan tidak pada masa menstruasi tidak teratur, keputihan atau keluar cairan encer putih kekuningan terkadang bercampur darah seperti nanah. Ayo cegah kanker serviks dengan lakukan gaya hidup sehat dengan rajin olahraga dan menjaga kebersihan area kewanitaan, pola makan yang sehat, konsumsi buah dan sayur setiap hari, berkaya vitamin A dan C, dan lakukan suntik vaksin HPV. Apa itu vaksin HPV? Vaksin HPV adalah pencegahan kanker serviks melalui suntik untuk memproduksi antibodi yang dapat mencegah virus human papilloma. Idealnya, vaksin HPV diberikan kepada wanita yang belum melakukan hubungan seksual atau berusia 10 tahun dan hanya dilakukan 3 kali untuk selamanya. Ayo cegah kanker serviks dengan lakukan suntik vaksin HPV.
kedua punggung tangan, ketiga sela-sela jari, keempat kunci jari, kelima jempol diputar, keenam kuku-kuku, jangan lupa cuci tangan. Bagaimana cara membuka dan membuang masker yang benar? Ikuti langkah ini. 4 langkah memakai masker. Pertama, sebelum memakai masker, cuci tangan menggunakan air mengalir dengan sabun atau cairan antiseptik. Kedua, perhatikan posisi masker. Bagian yang berwarna ditempatkan di depan, sementara yang putih menempel di wajah. Ketiga, pastikan masker menutup hidung, mulut, dan dagu secara keseluruhan. Karena itu, gunakan masker sesuai ukuran. Keempat, setelah masker terpasang, tekan bagian atas hingga sesuai bentuk hidung kamu dan pastikan sudah rapat. 4 langkah membuka dan membuang masker yang benar. Pertama, membuka masker, pastikan tidak memegang bagian depan masker, tapi dengan melepas bagian kaitan belakang masker. Kedua, gantilah masker jika rusak, kotor, atau basah. Ketiga, buanglah masker dengan benar ke tempat sampah. Keempat, setelah membuang masker, cuci tangan dengan air mengalir dan sabun atau cairan antiseptik. Pakailah masker untuk mencegah tertular COVID-19 saat keluar rumah, di tempat umum, dan kerumunan orang. Jika tidak ada masker bedah, gunakan masker kain. Ingat, gunakan masker, pahami caranya, taati peraturan, dan jaga kesehatan.
Salah satu upaya Kemendikti untuk memperkuat kelembagaan ITEX adalah melalui pengembangan Pusat Unggulan ITEK Perguruan Tinggi atau PUI-PT, dan di lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes dikenal dengan Pusat Unggulan ITEK Poltekkes Kemenkes atau PUI-PK. Hal ini merupakan langkah penting dalam penguatan sistem inovasi nasional di bidang kesehatan agar lembaga ITEK dapat bekinerja lebih optimal sehingga dapat menjadi Center of Excellence dari pengembangan ITEK serapan bidang kesehatan. Berdasarkan hasil kajian terhadap berbagai sains and produk di lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, dengan melihat sifat dan kekhususan di masing-masing jurusan dan didukung sarana prasarana, maka Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang berkomitmen untuk meningkatkan derajat kesehatan masyarakat melalui upaya promotif, preventif, kuratif, terbatas, dan rehabilitatif yang inovatif. Banyak karya inovatif penelitian dan pengabdian masyarakat yang telah dihasilkan, yang menjadi focal point dan think tank pengembangan teknologi PTM sebagai pusat unggulan pencegahan dan pengendalian penyakit tidak menular, atau Center of Non-Communicable Disease Control and Prevention, Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang dikukuhkan melalui Surat Keputusan Direktur Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang nomor HK 02.03-06-12-2020 tentang penetapan Tim Pusat Unggulan ITEK Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Semarang tahun 2020. Visi PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang adalah menjadikan pusat unggulan IPTEK P2 PTM dalam inovasi dan berbasis kearifan lokal yang diakui internasional tahun 2025. Misi PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang yaitu 1. meningkatkan penelitian pusat unggulan iptek melalui pengembangan inovasi dan berbasis kearifan lokal. 2. Menyediakan sumber daya yang kompeten, berkualitas melalui penguatan penelitian PUI P2 PTM. 3. Melakukan kegiatan dalam upaya mencapai pusat unggulan iptek yang bermanfaat bagi akademik dan masyarakat. 4. Menyediakan sarana prasarana layanan kegiatan untuk mencapai pusat unggul iptek yang bermutu. Adapun hal yang telah dicapai yaitu 15 kali menjadi pemakalah internasional, 102 paten dan hak kekayaan intelektual, 430 publikasi internasional. Selain itu, PUI PK Kemenkes Semarang juga melakukan kontrak bisnis, kontrak non-riset, kontrak riset internasional, kontrak riset nasional, membuat produk berbasis daya lokal, melisensikan produk yang telah dibuat, melakukan pembinaan UMKM, dan melayani jasa. Dengan adanya PUI PK Kemenkes Semarang, diharapkan dapat menghadapi tantangan yang ada, mengurangi peningkatan prevalensi, dan upaya mengurangi permasalahan penyakit tidak menular di Indonesia. Salam sehat Indonesia.
Apa sih kanker serviks? Kanker serviks adalah kanker yang tumbuh dari sel-sel di leher rahim atau mikrofil yang disebabkan oleh infeksi human papillomavirus. Di Indonesia, kanker serviks merupakan penyakit peringkat nomor 2 yang mematikan para wanita. Berdasarkan data riset kesehatan dasar tahun 2013, sekitar 330.000 orang di Indonesia menderita kanker serviks. Faktor terjadinya kanker serviks yaitu berhubungan seks di usia muda dan berganti-ganti pasangan seksual, merokok aktif atau pasif, penggunaan vaginal daging, penderita infeksi kelamin dan HIV/AIDS, dan keturunan. Hindari faktor utamanya, berhubungan seks di usia muda, bergonta-ganti pasangan seksual, merokok, dan penggunaan vaginal decking. Perjalanan virus menjadi sebuah kanker membutuhkan waktu sekitar 10-20 tahun. Maka dari itu, kenali gejalanya. Merasa nyeri pada pinggul atau pada saat berhubungan seks, pendarahan spontan tidak pada masa menstruasi, menstruasi tidak teratur, keputihan atau keluar cairan encor putih kekuningan terkadang bercampur darah seperti nanah. Ayo cegah kanker serviks dengan lakukan gaya hidup sehat dengan rajin olahraga dan menjaga kebersihan area kewanitaan, pola makan yang sehat, konsumsi buah dan sayur setiap hari, berkaya vitamin A dan C, dan lakukan suntik vaksin HPV. Apa itu vaksin HPV? Vaksin HPV adalah pencegahan kanker serviks melalui suntik untuk memproduksi antibodi yang dapat mencegah virus human papilloma. Idealnya, vaksin HPV diberikan kepada wanita yang belum melakukan hubungan seksual atau berusia 10 tahun dan hanya dilakukan 3 kali untuk selamanya. Ayo cegah kanker serviks dengan lakukan suntik vaksin HPV.
Tanamku kuku, jangan lupa cuci tangan. Bagaimana cara membuka dan membuang masker yang benar? Ikuti langkah ini. 4 langkah memakai masker. Pertama, sebelum memakai masker, cuci tangan menggunakan air mengalir dengan sabun atau cairan antiseptik. Kedua, perhatikan posisi masker. Bagian yang berwarna ditempatkan di depan, sementara yang putih menempel di wajah. Ketiga, pastikan masker menutup hidung, mulut, dan dagu secara keseluruhan. Karena itu, gunakan masker sesuai ukuran. Keempat, setelah masker terpasang, tekan bagian atas hingga sesuai bentuk hidung kamu dan pastikan sudah rapat. 4 langkah membuka dan membuang masker yang benar. Pertama, membuka masker, pastikan tidak memegang bagian depan masker, tapi dengan melepas bagian kaitan belakang masker. Kedua, gantilah masker jika rusak, kotor, atau basah. Ketiga, buanglah masker dengan benar ke tempat sampah. Keempat, setelah membuang masker, cuci tangan dengan air mengalir dan sabun atau cairan antiseptik. Pakailah masker untuk mencegah tertular COVID-19 saat keluar rumah, di tempat umum, dan kerumunan orang. Jika tidak ada masker bedah, gunakan masker kain. Ingat, gunakan masker, pahami caranya, taati peraturan, dan jaga kesehatan.
Salah satu upaya Kemendikti untuk memperkuat kelembagaan ITEX adalah melalui pengembangan Pusat Unggulan ITEK Perguruan Tinggi atau PUI-PT, dan di lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes dikenal dengan Pusat Unggulan ITEK Poltekkes Kemenkes atau PUI-PK. Hal ini merupakan langkah penting dalam penguatan sistem inovasi nasional di bidang kesehatan agar lembaga ITEK dapat bekerja lebih optimal sehingga dapat menjadi Center of Excellence dari pengembangan ITEK serapan bidang kesehatan. Berdasarkan hasil kajian terhadap berbagai sains and produk di lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, dengan melihat sifat dan kekhususan di masing-masing jurusan dan didukung sarana prasarana, maka Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang berkomitmen untuk meningkatkan derajat kesehatan masyarakat melalui upaya promotif, preventif, kuratif, terbatas, dan rehabilitatif yang inovatif. Banyak karya inovatif penelitian dan pengabdian masyarakat yang telah dihasilkan, yang menjadi focal point dan think tank pengembangan teknologi PTM sebagai pusat unggulan pencegahan dan pengendalian penyakit tidak menular, atau Center of Non-Communicable Disease Control and Prevention, Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang dikukuhkan melalui Surat Keputusan Direktur Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang nomor HK 02.03-06-12-2020 tentang penetapan Tim Pusat Unggulan ITEK Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Semarang tahun 2020. Visi PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang adalah menjadikan pusat unggulan IPTEK P2 PTM dalam inovasi dan berbasis kearifan lokal yang diakui internasional tahun 2025. Misi PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang yaitu 1. Meningkatkan penelitian pusat unggulan IPTEK melalui pengembangan inovasi dan berbasis kearifan lokal. 2. Menyediakan sumber daya yang kompeten, berkualitas melalui penguatan penelitian PUI P2 PTM. Ketiga, melakukan kegiatan dalam upaya mencapai pusat unggulan iptek yang bermanfaat bagi akademik dan masyarakat. 4. Menyediakan sarana prasarana layanan kegiatan untuk mencapai pusat unggul iptek yang bermutu. Adapun hal yang telah dicapai yaitu 15 kali menjadi pemakalah internasional, 102 paten dan hak kekayaan intelektual, 430 publikasi internasional. Selain itu, PUIPK Kemenkes Semarang juga melakukan kontrak bisnis, kontrak non-riset, kontrak riset internasional, kontrak riset nasional, membuat produk berbasis daya lokal, melisensikan produk yang telah dibuat, melakukan pembinaan UMKM, dan melayani jasa. Dengan adanya PUIPK Kemenkes Semarang, diharapkan dapat menghadapi tantangan yang ada, mengurangi peningkatan prevalensi, dan upaya mengurangi permasalahan penyakit tidak menular di Indonesia. Salam sehat Indonesia.
Apa sih kanker serviks? Kanker serviks adalah kanker yang tumbuh dari sel-sel di leher rahim atau mulut rahim yang disebabkan oleh infeksi human papillomavirus. Di Indonesia, kanker serviks merupakan penyakit peringkat nomor 2 yang mematikan para wanita. Berdasarkan data riset kesehatan dasar tahun 2013, sekitar 330.000 orang di Indonesia menderita kanker serviks. Faktor terjadinya kanker serviks yaitu berhubungan seks di usia muda dan berganti-ganti pasangan seksual, merokok aktif atau pasif, penggunaan vaginal daging, penderita infeksi kelamin dan HIV/AIDS, dan keturunan. Hindari faktor utamanya: berhubungan seks di usia muda, bergonta-ganti pasangan seksual, merokok, dan penggunaan vaginal daging. Perjalanan virus menjadi sebuah kanker membutuhkan waktu sekitar 10-20 tahun. Maka dari itu, kenali gejalanya. Merasa nyeri pada pinggul atau pada saat berhubungan seks, pendarahan spontan tidak pada masa menstruasi, menstruasi tidak teratur, keputihan atau keluar cairan encor putih kekuningan terkadang bercampur darah seperti nanah. Ayo cegah kanker serviks dengan lakukan gaya hidup sehat dengan rajin olahraga dan menjaga kebersihan area kewanitaan, pola makan yang sehat, konsumsi buah dan sayur setiap hari, berkaya vitamin A dan C, dan lakukan suntik vaksin HPV. Apa itu vaksin HPV? Vaksin HPV adalah pencegahan kanker serviks melalui suntik untuk memproduksi antibodi yang dapat mencegah virus human papilloma. Idealnya, vaksin HPV diberikan kepada wanita yang belum melakukan hubungan seksual atau berusia 10 tahun dan hanya dilakukan 3 kali untuk selamanya. Ayo cegah kanker serviks dengan lakukan suntik vaksin HPV.
kedua punggung tangan, ketiga sela-sela jari, keempat kunci jari, kelima jempol diputar, keenam kuku-kuku, jangan lupa cuci tangan. Bagaimana cara membuka dan membuang masker yang benar? Ikuti langkah ini. 4 langkah memakai masker. Pertama, sebelum memakai masker, cuci tangan menggunakan air mengalir dengan sabun atau cairan antiseptik. Kedua, perhatikan posisi masker. Bagian yang berwarna ditempatkan di depan, sementara yang putih menempel di wajah. Ketiga, pastikan masker menutup hidung, mulut, dan dagu secara keseluruhan. Karena itu, gunakan masker sesuai ukuran. Keempat, setelah masker terpasang, tekan bagian atas hingga sesuai bentuk hidung kamu dan pastikan sudah rapat. 4 langkah membuka dan membuang masker yang benar. Pertama, membuka masker, pastikan tidak memegang bagian depan masker, tapi dengan melepas bagian kaitan belakang masker. Kedua, gantilah masker jika rusak, kotor, atau basah. Ketiga, buanglah masker dengan benar ke tempat sampah. Keempat, setelah membuang masker, cuci tangan dengan air mengalir dan sabun atau cairan antiseptik. Pakailah masker untuk mencegah tertular COVID-19 saat keluar rumah, di tempat umum, dan kerumunan orang. Jika tidak ada masker bedah, gunakan masker kain. Ingat, gunakan masker, pahami caranya, taati peraturan, dan jaga kesehatan.
Salah satu upaya Kemenristek-Dikti untuk memperkuat kelembagaan ITEX adalah melalui pengembangan Pusat Unggulan ITEK Perguruan Tinggi atau PUI-PT, dan di lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes dikenal dengan Pusat Unggulan ITEK Poltekkes Kemenkes atau PUI-PK. Hal ini merupakan langkah penting dalam penguatan sistem inovasi nasional di bidang kesehatan agar lembaga ITEK dapat berkinerja lebih optimal sehingga dapat menjadi Center of Excellence dari pengembangan ITEK serapan bidang kesehatan. Berdasarkan hasil kajian terhadap berbagai sains and produk di lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, dengan melihat sifat dan kekhususan di masing-masing jurusan dan didukung sarana prasarana, maka Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang berkomitmen untuk meningkatkan derajat kesehatan masyarakat melalui upaya promotif, preventif, kuratif, terbatas, dan rehabilitatif yang inovatif. Banyak karya inovatif penelitian dan pengabdian masyarakat yang telah dihasilkan, yang menjadi focal point dan think tank pengembangan teknologi PTM sebagai pusat unggulan pencegahan dan pengendalian penyakit tidak menular, atau Center of Non-Communicable Disease Control and Prevention, Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang dikukuhkan melalui Surat Keputusan Direktur Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang nomor HK 02.3-06-12-2020 tentang penetapan Tim Pusat Unggulan ITEK Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Semarang tahun 2020. Visi PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang adalah menjadikan pusat unggulan IPTEK P2 PTM dalam inovasi dan berbasis kearifan lokal yang diakui internasional tahun 2025. Misi PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang yaitu 1. meningkatkan penelitian pusat unggulan IPTEK melalui pengembangan inovasi dan berbasis kearifan lokal. 2. Menyediakan sumber daya yang kompeten, berkualitas melalui penguatan penelitian PUI P2 PTM. 3. Melakukan kegiatan dalam upaya mencapai pusat unggulan IPTEK yang bermanfaat bagi akademik dan masyarakat. 4. Menyediakan sarana prasarana layanan kegiatan untuk mencapai pusat unggulan IPTEK yang bermutu. Adapun hal yang telah dicapai yaitu 15 kali menjadi pemakalah internasional, 102 paten dan hak kekayaan intelektual, 430 publikasi internasional. Selain itu, PUI PK Kemenkes Semarang juga melakukan kontrak bisnis, kontrak non-riset, kontrak riset internasional, kontrak riset nasional, membuat produk berbasis daya lokal, melisensikan produk yang telah dibuat, melakukan pembinaan UMKM, dan melayani jasa. Dengan adanya PUI PK Kemenkes Semarang, diharapkan dapat menghadapi tantangan yang ada, mengurangi peningkatan prevalensi, dan upaya mengurangi permasalahan penyakit tidak menular di Indonesia. Salam sehat Indonesia.
Apa sih kanker serviks? Kanker serviks adalah kanker yang tumbuh dari sel-sel di leher rahim atau mulut rahim yang disebabkan oleh infeksi human papillomavirus. Di Indonesia, kanker serviks merupakan penyakit peringkat nomor 2 yang mematikan para wanita. Berdasarkan data riset kesehatan dasar tahun 2013, sekitar 330.000 orang di Indonesia menderita kanker serviks. Faktor terjadinya kanker serviks yaitu berhubungan seks di usia muda dan berganti-ganti pasangan seksual, merokok aktif atau pasif, penggunaan vaginal daging, penderita infeksi kelamin dan HIV/AIDS, dan keturunan. Dari faktor utamanya, berhubungan seks di usia muda, bergonta-ganti pasangan seksual, merokok, dan penggunaan vaginal decking. Perjalanan virus menjadi sebuah kanker membutuhkan waktu sekitar 10-20 tahun. Maka dari itu, kenali gejalanya. Merasa nyeri pada pinggul atau pada saat berhubungan seks, pendarahan spontan tidak pada masa menstruasi, menstruasi tidak teratur, keputihan atau keluar cairan encer putih kekuningan terkadang bercampur darah seperti nanah. Ayo cegah kanker serviks dengan lakukan gaya hidup sehat dengan rajin olahraga dan menjaga kebersihan area kewanitaan, pola makan yang sehat, konsumsi buah dan sayur setiap hari, berkaya vitamin A dan C, dan lakukan suntik vaksin HPV. Apa itu vaksin HPV? Vaksin HPV adalah pencegahan kanker serviks melalui suntik untuk memproduksi antibodi yang dapat mencegah virus human papiloma. Idealnya, vaksin HPV diberikan kepada wanita yang belum melakukan hubungan seksual atau berusia 10 tahun dan hanya dilakukan 3 kali untuk selamanya. Ayo cegah kanker serviks dengan lakukan suntik vaksin HPV.
kedua punggung tangan, ketiga sela-sela jari, keempat kunci jari, kelima jempol diputar, keenam kuku-kuku, jangan lupa cuci tangan. Bagaimana cara membuka dan membuang masker yang benar? Ikuti langkah ini. 4 langkah memakai masker. Pertama, sebelum memakai masker, cuci tangan menggunakan air mengalir dengan sabun atau cairan antiseptik. Kedua, perhatikan posisi masker. Bagian yang berwarna ditempatkan di depan, sementara yang putih menempel di wajah. Ketiga, pastikan masker menutup hidung, mulut, dan dagu secara keseluruhan. Karena itu, gunakan masker sesuai ukuran. Keempat, setelah masker terpasang, tekan bagian atas hingga sesuai bentuk hidung kamu dan pastikan sudah rapat. 4 langkah membuka dan membuang masker yang benar. Pertama, membuka masker, pastikan tidak memegang bagian depan masker, tapi dengan melepas bagian kaitan belakang masker. Kedua, gantilah masker jika rusak, kotor, atau basah. Ketiga, buanglah masker dengan benar ke tempat sampah. Keempat, setelah membuang masker, cuci tangan dengan air mengalir dan sabun atau cairan antiseptik. Pakailah masker untuk mencegah tertular COVID-19 saat keluar rumah, di tempat umum, dan kerumunan orang. Jika tidak ada masker bedah, gunakan masker kain. Ingat, gunakan masker, pahami caranya, taati peraturan, dan jaga kesehatan.
Salah satu upaya Kemenristek-Dikti untuk memperkuat kelembagaan ITEX adalah melalui pengembangan Pusat Unggulan ITEK Perguruan Tinggi atau PUI-PT, dan di lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes dikenal dengan Pusat Unggulan ITEK Poltekkes Kemenkes atau PUI-PK. Hal ini merupakan langkah penting dalam penguatan sistem inovasi nasional di bidang kesehatan agar lembaga ITEK dapat berkinerja lebih optimal sehingga dapat menjadi Center of Excellence dari pengembangan ITEK serapan bidang kesehatan. Berdasarkan hasil kajian terhadap berbagai sains and produk di lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, dengan melihat sifat dan kekhususan di masing-masing jurusan dan didukung sarana prasarana, maka Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang berkomitmen untuk meningkatkan derajat kesehatan masyarakat melalui upaya promotif, preventif, kuratif, terbatas, dan rehabilitatif yang inovatif. Banyak karya inovatif penelitian dan pengabdian masyarakat yang telah dihasilkan, yang menjadi focal point dan think tank pengembangan teknologi PTM sebagai pusat unggulan pencegahan dan pengendalian penyakit tidak menular, atau Center of Non-Communicable Disease Control and Prevention, Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang dikukuhkan melalui Surat Keputusan Direktur Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang nomor HK 02.03-06-12-2020 tentang penetapan Tim Pusat Unggulan ITEK Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Semarang tahun 2020. Visi PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang adalah menjadikan pusat unggulan IPTEK P2 PTM dalam inovasi dan berbasis kearifan lokal yang diakui internasional tahun 2025. Misi PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang yaitu 1. meningkatkan penelitian pusat unggulan iptek melalui pengembangan inovasi dan berbasis kearifan lokal. 2. Menyediakan sumber daya yang kompeten, berkualitas melalui penguatan penelitian PUI P2 PTM. 3. Melakukan kegiatan dalam upaya mencapai pusat unggulan iptek yang bermanfaat bagi akademik dan masyarakat. 4. Menyediakan sarana prasarana layanan kegiatan untuk mencapai pusat unggulan iptek yang bermutu. Adapun hal yang telah dicapai yaitu 15 kali menjadi pemakalah internasional, 102 paten dan hak kekayaan intelektual, 430 publikasi internasional. Selain itu, PUI PK Kemenkes Semarang juga melakukan kontrak bisnis, kontrak non-riset, kontrak riset internasional, kontrak riset nasional, membuat produk berbasis daya lokal, melisensikan produk yang telah dibuat, melakukan pembinaan UMKM, dan melayani jasa. Dengan adanya PUI PK Kemenkes Semarang, diharapkan dapat menghadapi tantangan yang ada, mengurangi peningkatan prevalensi, dan upaya mengurangi permasalahan penyakit tidak menular di Indonesia. Salam sehat Indonesia.
Apa sih kanker serviks? Kanker serviks adalah kanker yang tumbuh dari sel-sel di leher rahim atau mulut rahim yang disebabkan oleh infeksi human papillomavirus. Di Indonesia, kanker serviks merupakan penyakit peringkat nomor 2 yang mematikan para wanita. Berdasarkan data riset kesehatan dasar tahun 2013, sekitar 330.000 orang di Indonesia menderita kanker serviks. Faktor terjadinya kanker serviks yaitu berhubungan seks di usia muda dan berganti-ganti pasangan seksual, merokok aktif atau pasif, penggunaan vaginal daging, penderita infeksi kelamin dan HIV/AIDS, dan keturunan. Hindari faktor utamanya, berhubungan seks di usia muda, bergonta-ganti pasangan seksual, merokok, dan penggunaan vaginal decking. Perjalanan virus menjadi sebuah kanker membutuhkan waktu sekitar 10-20 tahun. Maka dari itu, kenali gejalanya. Merasa nyeri pada pinggul atau pada saat berhubungan seks, pendarahan spontan tidak pada masa menstruasi, menstruasi tidak teratur, keputihan atau keluar cairan encor putih kekuningan terkadang bercampur darah seperti nanah. Ayo cegah kanker serviks dengan lakukan gaya hidup sehat dengan rajin olahraga dan menjaga kebersihan area kewanitaan, pola makan yang sehat, konsumsi buah dan sayur setiap hari, berkaya vitamin A dan C, dan lakukan suntik vaksin HPV. Apa itu vaksin HPV? Vaksin HPV adalah pencegahan kanker serviks melalui suntik untuk memproduksi antibodi yang dapat mencegah virus human papilloma. Idealnya, vaksin HPV diberikan kepada wanita yang belum melakukan hubungan seksual atau berusia 10 tahun dan hanya dilakukan 3 kali untuk selamanya. Ayo cegah kanker serviks dengan lakukan suntik vaksin HPV.
kedua punggung tangan, ketiga sela-sela jari, keempat kunci jari, kelima jempol diputar, keenam kuku-kuku, jangan lupa cuci tangan. Bagaimana cara membuka dan membuang masker yang benar? Ikuti langkah ini. 4 langkah memakai masker. Pertama, sebelum memakai masker, cuci tangan menggunakan air mengalir dengan sabun atau cairan antiseptik. Kedua, perhatikan posisi masker. Bagian yang berwarna ditempatkan di depan, sementara yang putih menempel di wajah. Ketiga, pastikan masker menutup hidung, mulut, dan dagu secara keseluruhan. Karena itu, gunakan masker sesuai ukuran. Keempat, setelah masker terpasang, tekan bagian atas hingga sesuai bentuk hidung kamu dan pastikan sudah rapat. 4 langkah membuka dan membuang masker yang benar. Pertama, membuka masker, pastikan tidak memegang bagian depan masker, tapi dengan melepas bagian kaitan belakang masker. Kedua, gantilah masker jika rusak, kotor, atau basah. Ketiga, buanglah masker dengan benar ke tempat sampah. Keempat, setelah membuang masker, cuci tangan dengan air mengalir dan sabun atau cairan antiseptik. Pakailah masker untuk mencegah tertular COVID-19 saat keluar rumah, di tempat umum, dan kerumunan orang. Jika tidak ada masker bedah, gunakan masker kain. Ingat, gunakan masker, pahami caranya, taati peraturan, dan jaga kesehatan.
Salah satu upaya Kemenristek-Dikti untuk memperkuat kelembagaan ITEX adalah melalui pengembangan Pusat Unggulan ITEK Perguruan Tinggi atau PUI-PT, dan di lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes dikenal dengan Pusat Unggulan ITEK Poltekkes Kemenkes atau PUI-PK. Hal ini merupakan langkah penting dalam penguatan sistem inovasi nasional di bidang kesehatan agar lembaga ITEK dapat berkinerja lebih optimal sehingga dapat menjadi Center of Excellence dari pengembangan ITEK serapan bidang kesehatan. Berdasarkan hasil kajian terhadap berbagai sains and produk di lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang, dengan melihat sifat dan kekhususan di masing-masing jurusan dan didukung sarana prasarana, maka Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang berkomitmen untuk meningkatkan derajat kesehatan masyarakat melalui upaya promotif, preventif, kuratif, terbatas, dan rehabilitatif yang inovatif. Banyak karya inovatif penelitian dan pengabdian masyarakat yang telah dihasilkan, yang menjadi focal point dan think tank pengembangan teknologi PTM sebagai pusat unggulan pencegahan dan pengendalian penyakit tidak menular, atau Center of Non-Communicable Disease Control and Prevention, Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang. PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang dikukuhkan melalui Surat Keputusan Direktur Poltekkes Kemenkes Semarang nomor HK 02.03-06-12-2020 tentang penetapan Tim Pusat Unggulan ITEK Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Semarang tahun 2020. Visi PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang adalah menjadikan pusat unggulan IPTEK P2 PTM dalam inovasi dan berbasis kearifan lokal yang diakui internasional tahun 2025. Misi PUI-PK Kemenkes Semarang yaitu 1. meningkatkan penelitian pusat unggulan IPTEK melalui pengembangan inovasi dan berbasis kearifan lokal. 2. Menyediakan sumber daya yang kompeten, berkualitas melalui penguatan penelitian PUI P2 PTM. 3. Melakukan kegiatan dalam upaya mencapai pusat unggulan IPTEK yang bermanfaat bagi akademik dan masyarakat. 4. Menyediakan sarana prasarana layanan kegiatan untuk mencapai pusat unggulan IPTEK yang bermutu. Adapun hal yang telah dicapai yaitu 15 kali menjadi pemakalah internasional, 102 paten dan hak kekayaan intelektual, 430 publikasi internasional. Selain itu, PUI PK Kemenkes Semarang juga melakukan kontrak bisnis, kontrak non-riset, kontrak riset internasional, kontrak riset nasional, membuat produk berbasis daya lokal, melisensikan produk yang telah dibuat, melakukan pembinaan UMKM, dan melayani jasa. Dengan adanya PUI PK Kemenkes Semarang, diharapkan dapat menghadapi tantangan yang ada, mengurangi peningkatan prevalensi, dan upaya mengurangi permasalahan penyakit tidak menular di Indonesia. Salam sehat Indonesia.
Apa sih kanker serviks? Kanker serviks adalah kanker yang tumbuh dari sel-sel di leher rahim atau mulut rahim yang disebabkan oleh infeksi human papillomavirus. Di Indonesia, kanker serviks merupakan penyakit peringkat nomor 2 yang mematikan para wanita. Berdasarkan data riset kesehatan dasar tahun 2013, sekitar 330.000 orang di Indonesia menderita kanker serviks. Faktor terjadinya kanker serviks yaitu berhubungan seks di usia muda dan berganti-ganti pasangan seksual,
tembangan sepeleku tondo seneng marangmu
karena ku terpuruk sendiri dalam hampa dan kau datang merubah cerita.
Aku nemui tadi motomu kebak pelangi.
Hadirmu dalam hidupku beriku warna dari kisah masa lalu yang pernah terluka. Setia menemaniku.
Makan anak jadi lebih gampang. Pajak diskon promo kesebelasan GoFood.
Ngesane hatiku yen tak terus nero kowe mending pisah. Aku wis ra betah, wis kepacut keton, kula derek langkung, tresno wis rampung.
Ojo nangis, sing uwes ya uwes, sing ilang ben ilang, cukup kowe kelaran-laran.
Aku nyerah, sing bubar ben bubar, kowe bakal ngerti larane. Nalika ditinggal pas jeru-jerune. Darboy guys,
Jeru tenan kowe.
Yo.
Rungokke Den.
Biyen mbok perjuangke, saiki mbok sia-siake. Dek sing selalu ono pas kowe lara, pas kowe durung sapa-sapa.
Aku wis joko ati, kowe dolanane buri, kabeh sing kok berjuangke sia-sia, kowe milih karo sing luwih mulya.
Mesake atimu yen tok terus kirotei, mending pisah. Aku wis ra betah, wis kepacut keton, kula derek langkung, tresno wis rampung.
Ojo nangis, sing uwes yo uwes,
Wis tenan ora?
sing ilang ben ilang, cukup aku kelaran-laran.
Yen ngomong sayang disayang ora.
sayang loh. Aku tulus kok, jujur.
Pertahan ke.
Dungane.
Daripada aku ngelalek ke loro-loro.
Ngesane hatiku yen tak terus nero kowe mending pisah. Aku wis ra betah wis kebacut ketun
Derek langkung tresno wis rampung. Aja nangis sing wis ya wis sing ilang cukup aku kelaran
kowe bakal ngerti larane nalika ditinggal